Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Jose Salas. I am the hospitality coordinator here at Mary and Joseph Retreat Center. On behalf of the whole staff, I'd like to welcome each and every one of you to our second in a four-part series on emotional sobriety. Our presenters for today are Dr. Alan Berger and Herb Kaighan. I'll go ahead and toss it over to Herb now so that he can introduce himself and Dr. Alan Berger.
Oh, thank you so much, Jose. Yes, the retreat center is a big supporter of ours. It's about a mile geographically from where I live for the last 45 years. And they welcome all sorts of spiritual traditions to present there as well as stay there overnight. And of course, they're a big supporter of the 12-step community. So thank you. My name is Herb, and I'm definitely an alcoholic. I've been in recovery for, well, since February of 1984. And it's been quite a journey. Some of you know parts of that, some of you don't, but you'll get a little taste of it. Perhaps it'll peek out from what we say today. And wonderfully and synchronistically and fortunately, Dr. Berger was the clinical director of that program back in 1984, and that's where we first met. And because of his style as a Marine and his information as a psychologist, I mean, I was my magnet pointed north. So perhaps, Dr. Berger, you could introduce yourself.
Well, thank you, Herb. Yes, our journey started back then a long time ago at the treatment center, and it's continuing to evolve. My journey in recovery started in '71, and it's been an amazing journey. I'd say the last 30 years of this journey. Well, when did we go? When did you turn me on to Father Richard Rohr?
Probably in early 90s, I think.
Early 90s. So Herb and I have been doing this now for getting together and presenting for almost 30 years, I would imagine. It's been quite some time. And you know, I got very, very interested in emotional sobriety because, you know, as a clinical psychologist, I've always been curious about what causes change in people's lives. And in a similar question is what obstructs change, what prevents us from creating the life that we want to create? What are the things we have to deal with? And so I've always, you know, had a curiosity and an interest in uncovering, discovering, unpacking those kinds of issues. And I'd say I rediscovered, I was introduced to Bill's letter back in '71. I was newly sober, but I did not have a consciousness that could in any way assimilate all of the wisdom and incredible insights that Bill had in over 20 some years of trying to understand what was going on with him and what was causing some of his difficulties before he drank and some of his difficulties after he was sober. You know, and he discovered all those wonderful things that he shared with us. Now, Herb and I unpacked that letter in our first workshop, which will be available at the Mary and Joseph Retreat Center. For people that have not been to the workshop, there's a nominal fee, and most of those proceeds go to the Mary and Joseph Retreat Center to help support them through this very challenging time for a retreat center and COVID. Right? Those two things just don't go together well. And they've done a phenomenal job of using some federal resources and some other resources. And hopefully Herb and I have made a small contribution to helping them get through this. So thank you for being here and also participating in that. So, you know, as I said early on, I could not in any way unpack the wisdom of that letter. And through time, through my maturity, you know, they talk about sobriety. Well, mine was a slow maturity. I mean, it wasn't 1 year equaled 1 year. I mean, it's the formula's different than that. I think it's like the ratio may be something like every 4 years, I grow another year in emotional age. So, if I got arrested at 11, I'd say 4 into 50, you could do the math. I'm probably around in my early 20s at this point in time, or mid 20s. So, I hope to hit 30 before I leave this planet and get to experience what that might feel like. But it's probably a 4-to-1 ratio for me. So, the things though that I discovered in the letter, and that I've discovered as a clinical psychologist, especially a clinical psychologist who's trained in a humanistic psychology approach called Gestalt therapy, I just found an incredible synergy between psychotherapy, psychological insights and wisdom, and the wisdom that Bill discovered in his journey to understand emotional sobriety. So when Herb and I presented these things, we found a wonderful marriage between, his incredible background also in psychology, but mostly in his spiritual journeys, and my journeys in life as a clinical psychologist. We funnily, in a funny way, we refer to ourselves as the monk and the Marine. I was in the Marine Corps from 69 to 72. Vietnam from 70 to 71. And, I bring a certain style with me. I can be, confrontational at times in terms of the work I do and stuff like that. And I think I've taken a little of the edge off of that through the years, but I'll let Herb can attest to that much better than I can at this point. But today, what we want to do is we want to share with you something that has been growing in terms of our understanding. So today we are going to share with you our latest understanding of how the steps help us achieve emotional sobriety. And it's a little known fact, and we'll be giving you the specific quote later on from Bill Wilson, that he even said in the 12 and 12, because of where his consciousness was at, that the purpose of working the steps is to achieve emotional sobriety. Now, we are going to focus on steps 1, 2, and 3. Then we're going to jump to steps 6, 7, and 10. And then we're going to do steps 11 and 12. Now, we are not saying that those are the only steps that are helping you achieve emotional sobriety. But as you're going to see today, there is a specific experience that happens, that occurs when working those steps, that is foundational. And I emphasize this again, it's foundational to the achievement of emotional sobriety. So that's what we have in store for you today. Is there any other comment you want to make about that, Herb? If not, I'll start and share my screen.
I do, actually, and it came this morning. I reread the step 10 chapter from the 12 and 12 just this morning to kind of refresh myself. And it's my umpteenth reading, and the book is copy stained and marked up wonderfully. But I was very impressed again with his approach to emotion. He was so conscious when he wrote the book in 51 of emotional sobriety. And in there, he says, we have to avoid emotional hangovers. Once we get sober and we don't have the sobriety, abstinence, physical hangovers, he said, now we have to avoid the emotional hangovers so that we don't go back to the addiction hangovers. And I thought, wow, I think he was conscious of it when he said it. He didn't elaborate on it, but that certainly struck me as the first 9 steps as the program of recovery, like he says in the big book. And the next 3 steps, we're not cured, we have a daily reprieve, as the program of living, 10, 11, and 12. 10 being the anchor point, the real tool for emotional sobriety. So thank you, Alan.
Well, and how many of you, raise your hands, you know what that emotional hangover feels like, don't you? Right? You've lost control of yourself, you've said some stuff, or you didn't say some things, and the next day you're mulling over what you should have said. That's emotional hangover. Or you said some things and you go, my God, I feel terrible about the monster I turned into, or what we call the Mr. Hyde, right? That came out, or the Mrs. Hyde. Every one of us in this room has experienced that emotional hangover. there's a big difference between emotional sobriety and physical sobriety.
Yeah.
You know, and we really want to emphasize that is while our being physically sober is important, is incredible, and it does create changes in our life, emotional sobriety is what creates full recovery. What Herb and I like to think of as optimal recovery, what we like to think of as stage 2, stage 3 recovery. I mean, rocketing yourself into the 4th dimension. There's all kinds of different ways of thinking about it. But without further ado, let me start our slide presentation today that we're going to use is just our anchor point for these things. So here is, there we are. Okay, well, welcome to Emotional Sobriety in the 12 Steps. Once again, we want to thank our host, Mary and Joseph Retreat Center. Herb and I love the Mary and Joseph Retreat Center. We've done many, many workshops up there, and we've had some amazing experiences up there. And we want to thank them for all the support they've given us through the years. I'm the Marine. Over there's the monk. You guys can see the monk. The monk has more of an aura around him than the Marine does. So that's the one way you can identify that who's talking, Alan or Herb. Herb's got that spiritual glow to him all the time.
No, it's the reflection of the lamps.
Well, you've got a better lighting director on your end than I do. That's the bottom line. Well, here's something that Herb likes to start with. Why don't you kick this off, Herb?
Well, it's just a challenge. My journey started a long time ago, but it really got traction in that hospital program when they asked me a question at age 43 that I had never had asked, nor had I asked myself. And it was the question, not the answer, that started my journey. And so I like to start out most of my meetings with people, discussions, workshops, retreats, whatever they are, posing a question. Now, it might be that I'm preaching to the choir here because you're already a pre-select group. I mean, who uses their Saturday to come to a 4-hour discussion concerning whatever it is going to be? Well, you do. That means you're a very special cut of people who are interested in their own personal development. But ask yourself, right now, today, oh, we're curious and we'll get some information, and we're kind of information sluts, if you will. We just really like information. But how's your emotional life? How's the quality of your personal life? Is your life serial suffering today in abstinence, assuming abstinence? And if in fact you don't have the abstinence, of course, your life is serial suffering just from the addiction. So that's really the question. And it's not an academic question. It's a visceral question. Please ask yourself this question now. And then write a little 1 word, 3 words, 1 sentence, 3 sentences. You know, we have obviously we're inviting you to come in and have an experience. Oh, you'll get some information. You'll have some new nuances of things that you already understood. You'll get hopefully some nuance. But we want you to have an experience. That's where change happens, in the experience.
Yeah, you see, why we use the word serial, because it is so important in our work in emotional sobriety to identify the patterns in our life, the patterns that are causing us difficulty. So your life may be working in certain areas fantastically. We're not asking you about that part. We're asking is where there's trouble, do you see a pattern? That's the serial suffering we're talking about. These things are going to show up over and over again until we deal with them. That doesn't mean that you're defective. It means that you are a human being, because anything that's incomplete will continue to present itself until it's completed. That we move towards wholeness, and we will be talking about that over and over again. This is an organismic wisdom that is just God-given. It's in each and every one of us. So
Please,
what we say, yeah, go ahead.
repeat that word and unpack it just a little bit, because it's going to be a central theme throughout. Please.
See, this Herb and I have, when we did this presentation one day, I shared, with him that this idea that there's an organismic wisdom, that inside you and I, there is this, we could even call it a natural wisdom that goes beyond words, that you don't, it is just present. It moves you. We call it a biological imperative, a psychological imperative. It continues to move you and grow you in the direction of wholeness. We think of this as holiness, right? Moving towards becoming whole and complete in our life. Now, we don't want to ever fool ourselves in thinking that we'll reach that pinnacle, that nirvana, and then we've got it all figured out. But our life is about moving towards that. It is progressing along those lines, along that trajectory. And so this organismic wisdom is the wisdom that moves us in that direction. Whether you call it a growth force, like I called it a psychological or biological imperative, a spiritual imperative, we are constantly moving towards that completion, towards that wholeness, towards resolving and integrating in our life, assimilating, making ourselves more and more as we can grow towards what we can be. And that's a very exciting thing. For me, as a clinical psychologist, I love it because I know I have an ally in each and every client that sits in front of me. I know that that's a part of them. I see that as what becomes activated when a person comes to 12-step meetings. That part of them finally is putting in an atmosphere, in a context where they can grow. On Thursday nights during COVID, I started this Emotional Sobriety Anonymous meeting, and we're going through the 12 steps and also talking week to week and really unpacking them very slowly and methodically about how the steps help us achieve emotional sobriety. And one of the things is that I talk about the arc of transformation that's occurring. And I use the very fancy phrase that says recovery recapitulates ontogeny, which means that recovery is recapitulating our development. And it's a corrective emotional experience, is the way I'm saying it, that we start looking at ourselves and how undifferentiated we are. And if you grew up in a healthy family, it's going to help you differentiate. Well, there aren't any healthy families. Nobody gets that. We have to have other experiences outside of our family to create it. Well, that's what AA does. That's what all 12-step programs do. They take you in the direction of what you can be. They support you to learn how to develop this emotional sobriety, this true independence of spirit, what we also will call emotional autonomy. So I hope that gives you a flavor. Herb and I will be talking about this several other times. Now, here's the other part of this, Herb. So it's not only what does need to be changed, but the other question, and this is a very important question, do you believe that your life can change? Do you believe that you can change your life? Do you believe that you can open yourself up to this experience and that you can challenge the things you need to challenge about yourself and about your attitudes that are going to open up these doors?
Speaking of challenge, the man who took me through the steps in 1988, I was 4 years sober when I went through the steps out of the big book. I don't recommend waiting that long, but it's just my journey. He met with me and we had a conversation, and I gave him a Reader's Digest of my background. I have a rather substantial academic background and a human development background, just because that's who I am. And he said, wow, Herb, we're in a restaurant, in a public place. Wow, Herb, you really have a lot of information. He did this in public. You have a lot of information, but you have very little transformation. My information had only been here, that academic knowledge was packed in, but my feet, my heart, my being didn't reflect it. I was not a wisdom person. I was a Neanderthal.
Well, we're hoping by the end of this, because sometimes we don't believe we can change because we're considering the question from our own state of consciousness. And what we know, and Gurdjieff even says this, you cannot wake yourself up with the consciousness that put you to sleep. And I'll say that again, you cannot wake yourself up with the consciousness that put you to sleep. The trance that you have created in your life, the desensitization that has occurred in your life cannot change. And we are hoping today to put a crack in that cosmic egg and hopefully show you some other path.
Well, in fact, he says, all human beings are asleep, dreaming that they're awake. This is a Russian philosopher in the 19th century, Gurdjieff. All human beings are asleep, dreaming that they're awake. Such a wonderful fit with the 12-step promise of awakening. That's the whole point. Wake up to the fact that I've been asleep, that I was dreaming I was a Renaissance man. And I acted as if it was true. Nobody else got the message because I was a Neanderthal. There I am, pathetic Herbie, in jail, not only from his addiction, but from his unfortunate personality disorder of narcissism and all the manifestations that comes from that.
And that's how it works, that we all put ourselves behind bars, right? This is the being asleep part. And we think that life is doing that to us, that I can't be myself because of people or circumstances. I can't live the life I want because people aren't letting me do that. That life isn't letting me do it, or God might be punishing me. I mean, it's all of these ideas we have that put us behind bars. And I love what Virginia Satir says, when we're behind these bars, we plead and beg other people to let us out. You see, that's where the emotional dependency comes in. Please, please set me free. Please tell me I'm pretty. Please tell me I'm handsome. Please tell me I'm smart. Please tell me that you'll love me forever. Please tell me I'm going to be okay. We beg, we plead, we cajole, we try to control other people, thinking that if we just get them to do what we want them to do, or if life would just be what it's supposed to be, then I'll be set free.
And Freud says we need to make all human beings, the work of human beings is to make our unconscious conscious. Otherwise, we conclude that we're perennial victims of other people's malevolence, ill will, or of predestination, that the world is pre-designed to crush us. So we have to make our unconscious conscious, and that again is emotional sobriety.
And I like the way that Father Richard Rohr calls it. We get this idea that life is based on a meritocracy. Mm-hmm. It's the merit system. If you're good, you'll be let out of jail. If you're bad, you're going to stay in. I mean, how many of us have accepted ideas like that in our life? And then we're just saying, oh my God, I know why this has happened. I'm being punished. I really wasn't good enough. Yeah. No, that's not it. If we put ourselves behind the bars, and you're going to see and understand some of the forces that do that. But what happens is we're like this guy, like her said, that's Herbie, that's Alan, that's each and every one of you. We get in there and we shake that bars and we yell, please let me out. Please let me out. I don't belong in here. Please let me out. You know, that's what we do. We don't understand. We don't have the consciousness that sees that we have created this reality.
And so the man said, are you able to, in fact, open your mind and open your heart? And he speculated, of course, that I wasn't, and that I needed a power other than myself. That's where that organismic life force comes in. That's what the Star Wars implication was, the force. I mean, a very spiritual concept. And he said, so, quoting from actually the big book, you know, we need to have, we'd have to let go of our old ideas. On page 58, it's very clear. Bill had this concept. He weaves it throughout the big book, that we have a prejudice, meaning a prejudgment based on our perceptions, our knowledge, our experience, our interpretation. And we're locked into it like that pathetic person in jail. And recognizing that I'm as powerless over having an open mind, I'm as powerless as having an open heart as I am over my addiction. That's a concept that'll shake you to your roots. I don't have the capability to see around the corner. And so I'm inviting whatever this energy, this force, this source, this spirit is, to bring the crowbar and open my mind and heart. And I'm inviting you today, out loud, you're on mute, or quietly, or not at all, with just the commitment to a positive affirmation of an open mind and an open heart, to pray this prayer with me, please. God, please set aside everything that I think I know about myself, my unmanageability, my emotional sobriety in you, for an open mind and a new experience of myself, my unmanageability, my emotional sobriety, and especially you. That's the first time that prayer has been used that way. Alan and I wrote it last night. You can see that it's relevant to what we're doing today. So prayers are not a formula and a ritual. They are the words that we use to express our intention.
So we want to give you a brief introduction to emotional sobriety. And here it is. And this is it. Workshop's over. If you get this, then you've gotten the most important thing in terms of.
Well, really, because it's about freedom. But you notice that Alan really emphasized that we're holding on to the bars. Yep, still holding on to the bars. Look at the picture. Still holding on to the bars. You're not free until you realize there's no floor, there's no ceiling, there's no walls. It's just pathetic Herbie looking through the bars, and I need to drop the bars. You know, there's a book called Drop the Rock. It's the same concept.
That's right. It's drop the bars or drop the rock.
Yeah.
No, it's the same idea, is that this is the reality. This is what reality is we create this. We construct a world that puts us behind those bars. And that's a very important thing to realize. Because people will say, well, wait a minute, look, I was traumatized or I was molested as a child. I didn't create that. No, you did not.
That's
I
right.
agree with that.
That's right.
We're not saying that there aren't people that are really victimized in circumstances in life.
Yes.
There is that. It would be foolish. If you're in a hurricane, you didn't create that. You know, you're in a hurricane, you've lost everything in your life. That's a very challenging experience. If you've been molested as a child or you grew up in an alcoholic family, wow, that's a challenging experience. I mean, there's all kinds of challenging experiences that we have in our life. What I believe deeply is that no matter what happens to us, we can find a way to deal with it, to digest the experience, to integrate the lessons and grow from it.
Talk about Viktor Frankl. Talk about Viktor Frankl at Auschwitz.
We are going to talk about that, and I'm going to say that piece. I'll just say this.
All right.
Today, we discuss post-traumatic growth, not post-traumatic stress.
Nice.
We are emphasizing the growth that anyone can have from any experience whatsoever. Please don't hear that as it means that it's easy, because it's not. There's some gut-wrenching work. You know, I'm very excited. My new book is going to be coming out here in June. And I share some experiences, and of course I hide the identity of the folks I've worked with, but some gut-wrenching issues that people dealt with in my office and in my workshops. And you will be transported into those workshops and into my office and hear the struggle, the pain, the screaming, the yelling, the crying that goes on for people to start digesting some of these things that seemed impossible to digest, to grow from.
The Oxford group, which is the predecessor group to Alcoholics Anonymous, called this work soul surgery.
There you go.
And if you really embrace the metaphor, nobody likes surgery. Everybody likes the benefits of a successful surgery, because then there's healing. There may be scar, there may be rehabilitation, there may be pain, but eventually there's the healing with a successful surgery. That's perfect for us.
Right. And you see this picture is a great metaphor, because when he puts down the bar, he's still got some challenges in his life. He's on a desert. He's got cacti around him. He can run into those and get, and have a bunch of those needles sticking out of his butt in a little bit. I mean, there are challenges. He's got a mountain range. He's got all kinds of other issues he's going to have to deal with. Letting go of these bars and having freedom does not mean we don't have problems anymore. It means that we learn how to deal with them. Is that we have a technology, we have a path, a way of life that we're going to be talking about that helps us meet any challenge, whatever it is, and be able to meet it and to at the end of it have some self-respect.
And I like the concept that came to me after I'd done the steps a couple of times, and that is the steps are initially, we walk up the steps and it feels linear, but it's not. I did the steps 4 different times over a 20-year period with 4 different people, and it was like a spiral staircase, because I kept meeting myself and all of the difficulties, but at a deeper level.
Now, the other thing that's wonderful about this picture, in addition to, the obvious, is what does this person have to do to get out of this prison that he's in? There's one simple thing that he needs to do, and it is to let go of those bars. As you will see, letting go becomes a very, very important part of emotional sobriety. Letting go of our toxic attitudes and beliefs that put us behind these bars. That sounds simple, but trust me, it's not easy, because some of these things are, as Herb mentioned, unconscious. And so as you begin this work, you're going to be running across these things. You're going to bump into them. Those will be the cacti that you see in this picture that we're going on, that are going to lead you to walk right into one of those things, thinking that somehow you're impervious to being stuck by those needles or something like that. All these other crazy ideas we have in our head about life should be a certain way. And you're going to see that emotional sobriety is about letting go and then learning from our experience. So this is the reference we just made earlier, just Bill stated real clear. Here we begin to practice all 12 steps of the program in our daily lives so that we and those about us may find emotional sobriety. We know, and you've heard me say this, you've heard Herb say this, that our sickness, our disease, our pathology gets transmitted to those around us. Those people that are in relationship to us because of their own issues, right? They become sick because they don't know how to deal with us. They don't know how to face the challenges that we present in their lives. So they become sick. So if you don't transform it, you transmit it. That's what we say all the time. But the good news is here, when you transform it, you also transmit it. See, that's the important thing to get. Recovery is contagious, just like anxiety is contagious. That's the principle of attraction, not promotion. When you start to get these ideas, and that's what Herb and I are seeing, people from all over different walks of life are hearing these things and they're going, this is exciting. This is helping me take the next step in my recovery. I am discovering a Bill Wilson that I didn't know existed. I've heard people say, I'm discovering aspects of this program that I didn't know were even available to me.
And he wrote the letter and it was published in the Grapevine in 1958, and he called it The Next Frontier. And unfortunately, it didn't catch. It got no traction at all. Ernie Larson picked it up a little bit in the early 80s with stage 2 recovery, but that went back to sleep again. And it's only in the last 5 or 10 years that it's been resurrected, and now it's caught a little bit of traction in the world, as Alan is talking about.
Which is very exciting. I'm so glad to see that and to see that happen. As Herb said, that this great fine article was published in 58. The letter was actually written in 1956 to somebody out in California who wrote back to New York to the General Service Office and says, listen, I'm depressed, and can anybody give me some clues on how the steps might help me with my depression? Well, I can only imagine the smile on Bill's face when he saw that request. He jumped at that because that's right in Bill's, wheelhouse. That's his strike zone. He's been struggling with this and trying to figure it out. And so he put together that letter that was published, like I said, in the 58 Grapevine. This whole letter is readily available on the internet. So what Herb and I want to do is just look at how did Bill describe emotional sobriety? So this is how he described it. He described it as real maturity and balance, which is to say humility in relationship with ourselves, with others. I added with life and with God. So Herb, why don't you share us with your thoughts about this, and then I'll go ahead and share some of mine.
Well, balance in rereading, if you want to follow up substantially with what we're doing today, with what you're going to hear and experience, you already have the material in the 12 and 12. Read step 10 in the 12 and 12, highlight it, reread it carefully. It's so packed with information because Bill had the insight. He published the 12 and 12 in 1951. He had the awareness, he had the insight, and he revealed it in his own way in chapter 10. And then read chapter 7 on step 7, because it's a beautiful treatise on humility. Humility comes from, and it really helps have a perspective on the word when you understand where the word derivative comes from. It comes from the Latin humus, Humas, which means earth, dirt, common, not unique, not outstanding, one of many. That's what humility is. It's not about humiliation. It's not about hangdog look. No, no, no. It's about, as one of the mystics said, humility is truth. This is reality. Emotional sobriety is dealing with reality as it is, not as we script it.
And it's dealing with ourselves as we are.
Yeah.
The American Psychological Association's definition of, they have a dictionary, I call it, it's funny, it's like the other big book because it's a big book. Here it is, you can see it, right? Look at how it's bigger than the big book even. My goodness. You see that? It's incredible. But they have a definition. I love their definitions. I go there for a lot of the psychological definitions, and they say that there's 3 components to humility. The first is, as Herb was talking about, a low focus on self, right? So that's the first thing. It's a low focus on self. It doesn't mean an absence of self. It's a low focus on self. That's going to be especially important as we talk about. The second part of the definition is that there's an accurate, not an over or underestimate of our worthiness and our successes. Just an accurate, that we see ourselves as we are, just as he's talking about, we see reality as we are. So there's an accurate, not an over or underestimate of our worth and our success.
That sounds like Bill Wilson's step 4 instructions in the big book.
He got the idea, he got this concept of humility,
Yeah.
And you're going to see the reason Bill said this right up front, that it's real maturity and balance, which is to say humility is the foundation of emotional sobriety. You cannot have emotional sobriety without humility. The third component that they talk about is an acknowledgement of our mistakes, our limitations, our personal limitations, our gaps in knowledge, and so on and so forth. I would not only say an acknowledgement of it, but also an integration of the of our limitations, meaning that I don't just acknowledge it, but I integrate that that is my truth, and I acknowledge and operate from a knowledge of my mistakes, of my limitations, and my gaps in knowledge. Now,
people have a problem with that, Alan, because they unfortunately identify that their mistakes give themselves identification. That is, I make a mistake, I am a mistake. So they're very reluctant to accept responsibility for making a mistake. They defend it. And the true sign of emotional balance, the true sign of humility, the true sign of authentic spirituality is being undefended.
And you get to be an undefended through becoming more differentiated. So when you get differentiated, and this is what maturity is, when you become more differentiate, you differentiate the mistake from who you are. You don't fuse yourself with the mistake. So what Herb says, I made a mistake. I'm not a mistake.
Yeah.
I just made a mistake. There's that differentiation that occurs.
But that takes consciousness. That takes an awareness, because if we're not able to transcend our mistake, we identify with it. The whole point of the step process, the whole point of good therapy is, in fact, to improve our consciousness and awareness so that we can, in fact, step above ourselves to see ourselves in perspective.
So maturity is equal to differentiation, which I'll be talking more and more about that, but self-differentiation, which means the problem is not the problem, it's how I deal with it. Instead of me being fused with the problem, this is defining me. No, what defines me is how I deal with it. But I have to differentiate myself, separate myself so I can live in that space between. You know, I've been going through a few personal challenges with the publishing company I was with and some issues that have come up from my past. Herb's been incredibly helpful with in terms of saying, Alan, get into the space. Don't project the outcome of this. You don't know what's going to happen. Just take the next indicated step. Have that faith. And it's been incredibly helpful, me coming back to that and differentiating myself from what's going on to versus how I'm going to deal with it.
That's the benefit of the pause.
That's the value of it. So that real maturity is, this is the process of differentiation. Another way to say it is that maturity is a transcendence from environmental support to self-support. Transcending environmental support, meaning I need life to be a certain way for me to be okay, to I need to learn how to cope with life in a different way to be okay.
The biggest lesson I learned, and it's in a picture that you can really get, is I was a monk for 7 years. I wore a black robe and I meditated every day, many times during the day. All right. 7 years of silence. I mean, it's hard for me to imagine a 17-year-old making that decision to go into an environment of all men for 7 years at 17, silent. And at 24, I decided that wasn't for me. I hung up my black robe and I didn't meditate again for another 25 years because it all had come from the outside. Nothing had come from an inside. As I did the steps in 1988, everything now has come from the inside.
Yeah, right on. So to go on with that, so, you know, none of us can exist without support from our environment. It's absurd to think we could be an island unto ourselves, even though a lot of us would have thought that that was the solution. I just won't need anybody. I won't want anything, and just let me go ahead and exist with no self whatsoever. Well, I don't think that's a reality for us. So this transcendence, that means that I don't look to my environment to do for me what I need to do for myself. I don't just sit there and say, okay, there's oxygen around me, it will oxygenate me. Well, no, I have to inhale and then exhale. I have to participate in what's available to support myself. And that's actually, and I love this, it just came to me the other day, Herb, I don't know if I shared it with you. It's so interesting that early on we started in life completely dependent on mother, right? Everything that we need is provided in the womb, right? Through the umbilical cord. Everything that we need. She's giving us nourishment. She's giving us oxygen. She's giving us our temperatures being regulated. Everything that we possibly need is being given to us so we can grow. We're being completely supported so our cells can differentiate and start growing us into being what we can be. When we're born is the first act of differentiation. And what happens when you're born? What do we have to do to start supporting our life? We have to breathe. We have to take that breath. Our breath is our first experience in self-support. That's what we're doing with the breath. And now life is about continuing to differentiate ourselves and continuing to develop that ability of self-support. And we're going to see it as we talk about development. We go from what? Needing to be carried everywhere we go to what? To becoming ambulatory, where your feet take you where you need to go. Somebody else doesn't have to carry you. Another milestone of differentiation. But it doesn't just stop physically. It also has to happen emotionally and spiritually to differentiate ourselves. Now, most parents, and some of them aren't great at this, but they give us enough because that physical development is out of their control. It's just going to happen because that's the organismic wisdom. You want to breathe when you're born. The doctor doesn't have to tell you to do that. He might have to clear some of that stuff out of your mouth or give you a pat on the rump to get you started. But you want to breathe. Nobody has to tell you to breathe. Your body tells you to breathe. The wisdom in you for life tells you to breathe. Nobody tells you to walk. You want to walk. Eventually, you want to stop crawling and you want to get up onto your 2 feet. And you're not going to let any mistake stop you. You're going to fall as many times as you need to fall before you figure it out. That's not going to stop you. You don't have any of those shoulds. I should have walked by 20 times. If we had in our head what we have in our head today as adults, as kids, we'd be a culture of people crawling. We wouldn't be walking around, and half of us wouldn't be breathing. We'd be all on ventilators or something like that, because we wouldn't be honoring this incredible life force that exists in us. But anyway, so that's the maturity. We're moving towards that, towards wholeness. That's what maturity is. Then he says humility in relationship with ourselves. Humility means just what Herb said in the set-aside prayer. Give up any idea you have about what you know. Be open to seeing your limitations, your gaps in knowledge. Be willing to learn from your mistakes, to own them. You know, if you feel shame, face that shame and start to deal with it. That's where our freedom is going to lie. Now, humility means is I need to challenge my expectations, my attitudes and beliefs about life. I need to challenge them in terms of my relationship with myself. I especially need to challenge them in my relationship with you, my relationship with God. I also need to challenge what is my belief in there. Have I now turned my dependency on people over to my dependency on God? We would suggest that that's an unhealthy relationship. So what we would say is that there's a healthy kind of relationship that is one with mutual respect. I respect you. I'm going to respect myself. I'm not going to expect you to live up to my expectations. I'm not going to expect life. But that takes humility to question the way I think things should be are not necessarily the way things should be. That's the humility that we're looking for here, is to challenge ourselves at that level.
Well, and you just used a word that we've really emphasized in all of our talks, and that is the word should. As soon as we think it, feel it, or say it, it raises a yellow flag in me. Caution, Herb, really? Is that connected to reality, or is that some type of a myth or story or script that I have adopted because I heard it, it sounded good, or I made it up, and it's just not connected to reality as reality is? Not should isn't a bad word, but it's a word that stimulates me to say, it elevates it to my consciousness, and I go, look at that herb. Is it the truth? Is this real?
So Bill also describes emotional sobriety as looking at, or I guess really encouraging us to take a look at what he calls the fatal and almost absolute dependencies that we have, and to find a way to cut these things away. And see, this is the underlying, or what I think Bill was referring to when he talked about the basic flaw that we have, is this is that idea that somehow I need environmental support to be okay. I need people and circumstances to be a certain way. The way that I've come to talk about it is it's the I'm okay if mentality. I'm okay if things turn out the way that I want them to, or the way I think they're supposed to, or the way I think they should or ought to. And see, that's the hook. When I am operating from the I'm okay if, then I am completely dependent on what you do, what happens in life to be okay. And that's the bars I put up. The I'm okay if are the bars that you guys saw earlier. And the letting go of those bars come when we get to the I'm okay even if. I'm okay even if things don't turn out a certain way. My being okay depends on how I am dealing with that, not on what is happening. And I cannot emphasize that enough. But that takes differentiation, right? We have to differentiate ourselves from the situation to create the space.
And that's an organic process and a psychological process. And as you described it in terms of the womb and birth and then the early, but that's a process that then continues after the biological. It's a psychological and sociological dependence. And most cultures call it a rite of passage from that child to the adult, which takes years and a process, and is filled with suffering and a reaction to and a growth out of that suffering to personal, as you said, differentiation and maturity of I am responsible. Circumstances and people are supportive, but I am responsible, not the circumstances and people.
I just love how you brought back in the idea of an initiation rite.
Yeah.
Right, because I've often described recovery as an initiation rite into life. And now we can see recovery in the lens we're putting on today as an initiation into emotional sobriety.
Well, Bill uses it in step 6 and 7 in the 12 and 12. He talks about it in gender specific. He says boys become men, but we would bring it into better language today. We say the child becomes an adult.
Yes, right on. We cannot become that adult if we're continuing to be the king baby or the queen baby. If we're continuing to say life has to be a certain way, I'm okay if, we're not going to grow up. And that's the beginning of our growth, is letting go of that stuff.
And the implied message in step 6 and 7 is you're responsible to identify it, and you're screwed because you can't do anything about it on your own power. So you do need to plug into this organismic wisdom. I'm going to keep coming back to that because it's a fabulous term.
Well, that's where things are done to us, not by us. See,
bam.
Think about it. Did you decide to walk, or did it happen to you? I mean, see, we can't say that child figured that, made that decision. It just wanted to go that way, and it watched and it learned, and it involved itself in a process that led to walking.
But it's the same, that's the same energy that brings us to adulthood and self-transcendence. Yes, oh sure, willingness and effort and all of that is necessary, but we are also delivered to it with some sort of preconditioned circumstances.
That's right. Bill went on, he said, we need to unhook our hexes at depth, unhook our emotional dependency. And when he says at depth, that's where he's referring to the unconscious. This is where we have to be open to discovery, have to be open to seeing when we have trouble, to seeing that underneath it may be some unconscious rule, some unconscious expectation we have about how life is supposed to be. And you can't just reach in and grab those things. You become aware of them through having trouble. This is where our relationship to trouble becomes so important, because if we look at it as something that indicates we're defective and we should be ashamed of ourselves, we're not going to embrace our trouble. We're going to avoid trouble. We're going to try to not have conflict. We're going to try to not have struggles in our life. If we see these as an opportunity to start to understand ourselves at depth and to unhook some of our hexes, then we have a very different relationship with trouble. We do not see it as indicating something's wrong with us, but rather as a signaling device that tells us what to pay attention to and to get to work on.
One of my participants in my workshop, when I was talking like this, and I said, you know, reality just is, and he got so excited because something happened to him right there, and he raised his hand. I said, what's going on, Jason? He said, oh, reality just is. I don't have to take it personally. Reality isn't personal.
There's the letting go. There's the letting go. He let go of, that's the differentiation. Could you guys hear it when Herb just described that? If we take what is happening in reality personally, then it's all about us. Personal importance. It's all about us. Me, 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 me. What happened to the low focus on self? Is there any humility there? Of course not. As soon as he got reality is and separated himself, what happened? He let go of taking it personally, focusing on self, and now he saw reality as separate and different from himself. He differentiated himself.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's the freedom. So all of this is about freedom. Emotional sobriety is about freedom. Bill said in step 10, pay attention. Pay attention. Watch for these things when they crop up. Very realistic. We're human beings. We are going to be disturbed.
That's right.
Now deal with it.
Unhook your hexes at depth. That's what he goes on. We got to surrender our hobbling expectations and demands, right? He's telling us now how to do this thing. He says, if you want emotional sobriety, if you want to achieve it, this is where humility comes in. I don't have any business expecting you to live up to my expectations, expecting you to do what I think you should do or I want you to do. If you want to do it, great. But you are your own person. You may choose not to do that. That doesn't make you wrong. I might be disappointed, but is it okay to be disappointed? Well, if I'm mature, it is. I can be disappointed. Life isn't, I'm not going to get everything I want. What did the Rolling Stones tell us? You can't always get what you want. We still didn't listen to it. And they sang it to us how many times? I mean, have you heard that song? It's that same thing. So I've got to surrender these demands and expectations. What am I doing again? Letting go of those bars. Those bars are built of expectations. Those bars are built from demands. Those bars are built from claims and shoulds and supposed tos and all of those other things. That's what we're holding on to. Well, no freedom can be found unless we surrender those hobbling expectations. He said that we end up getting to a place of having stability and quietness of mind. I like to think about emotional sobriety. It helps us get to a place where we experience a a calmness of heart and a quietness of mind. We also talk about that as what? Serenity. A calmness of heart, quietness of mind.
And they come out of a combination we might get to it a little bit later of step 11 and 12. Step 11 is the tool to improve our consciousness. That's really what it is. Don't make it fancy. Don't make it spiritual. Don't make it anything that it really isn't. It's about us becoming conscious as human beings so that we can, in fact, manage, step outside of reality and or step really inside of reality and pause and regulate from a conscious standpoint of free will decisions. And then step 12, based on principles. Gravity is a principle. And if I go against gravity, I will be crushed. Because gravity doesn't care what I think or feel or want. It just is.
There's the freedom to live and to love. You see, when I have expectations, there's no freedom to live. I have to always pay attention to these, what we call unenforceable and invisible rules that we create. And so there's no freedom in that. You have to listen and follow the rules. You know, also, I cannot love, especially get close to loving unconditionally, because all my loving, when it comes out of this undifferentiated state, is highly immature. Love to me means that you do what I want you to do. That's not, there's no love in that. That's control. That's not a form of healthy loving. I tell everybody that I was so enamored when I was in 1963, when the Beatles released, I think it was 63, it might have been 65, the Beatles released You Can't Do That. And it was this John Lennon song about his relationship with his girlfriend and telling her all the things she can't do if she loves him. And it's a great example of this emotional dependency. I told you before, you can't do that. If I see you talking to that boy again, I'm going to let you down. He's threatening her. I'm going to let you down and leave you flat because I told you before, you can't do that because I feel insecure. See, you've got to honor my insecurity and not do anything that's going to make me feel insecure. See, that's our idea of love when we're undifferentiated or emotionally immature. When we let go of that stuff, then we can really have a chance to experience what really true or mature love is all about. And that's freedom. I want you to do what I want, what you want to do. I want you to be who you are because I love you. I don't want to control you. I want you to have the life that you want to have and have the experiences. And if if by chance we meet, we come together and that's great. Let's enjoy those times, but I'm not going to expect you to do that. That's what we're moving towards. So I love that. The big book tells us that. So our troubles, we think, are basically of our own making. And that's what we're talking about here. All the troubles we're having in our life are of our own making. Even if we were victimized in our childhood, it's how we deal with that. It's the rules, the expectations, the attitudes that develop out of that. And now it's our job to figure all that out. Like Herb and I love to say, we love Nathaniel Brandon's idea, no one is coming. No one is coming. And then Herb added a beautiful thing to the end of that. How do you say it, Herb?
I am the one I'm waiting for to show up. I'm the one. I didn't show up until I was 48 years old, 4 years sober. Despite all the background, all the training, all the information, all the effort, I didn't show up in my life. I was startled, not by the fact of anything else other than I had never seen it. I had never seen it. It was embarrassing. And this sounds like a negative statement. Oh my God, my troubles are of my own making. Hit me again, hit me. No, it's the key to freedom. It's absolutely the key to freedom. Oh, if my troubles are of my making, then all I have to do is stop making trouble.
You just highlighted a very important thing, and I want everybody to listen to this. See, Herb said that it's important that when we say our troubles are of our own making, we can take that in two ways. We can shame ourselves with that and beat ourselves up with that.
Yeah.
That's the blame game. Look at me, I'm defective. Look at how messed up I am. Look at how broken I am. Look at how terrible a person I am. You know, that's using this stuff in a very, very unhealthy way, right? And we can use it that way. We can turn that around. That's when blame and taking responsibility become fused or undifferentiated. See, what Herb just did when he said, instead of beating ourselves up, if I take responsibility and say, this is empowerment, this isn't blame, this is me empowering myself. Taking responsibility is empowering. Blame is shaming. It disempowers you. It's a toxic attitude to look at what's wrong in that way. Taking responsibility is a nourishing attitude. It liberates you. It helps you empower yourself. It helps you find solutions. Very important difference.
And if you notice at the beginning, some of you who are aware of my work in the Get Used to the Set Aside prayer, for 25 years, I've been using the word brokenness. And just within the last couple of weeks in discernment about that, I wanted a better word. I felt that that's not the bullseye word anymore for me anyway. And I substituted the word unmanageability to correspond to, in fact, the big book's second half of the first step, unmanageability. A much better word to reflect, Dr. Berger, what you just said. And so Bill uses the rocket launch metaphor on page 25. He doesn't elaborate, but I had an opportunity to watch the Hidden Figures movie, which was about a rocket launch. It's a wonderful movie if you haven't seen it, but I related it to how I could maybe more effectively communicate this journey that we're on in a rocket launch. The impact is I've got to get into the rocket. But then once I get in the rocket's going to take me where the rocket goes. Now, I do have some minor influences as to the direction of the rocket. And once it gets into orbit, of course, to manage that it stays in orbit. I mean, we all know that from our exposure to the whole system. And so I see step 1 through 3, this is an overview now of the first 9 steps, as being empowered, a need for power and a decision that it exists, and I can have a relationship with it. Those first 3 steps, the stage 1 rocket launch. Stage 2, Alan, is in fact the removal of the obstacles in me to the relationship in me, to the force that is in me, that organismic life force that Alan talked about. Steps 4 through 7, that second stage. The third stage is then removing the clouds in me to the sunlight of the spirit in me, steps 8, 9. And if you wanted, you could really reason step 10 in there, because it's about our relationships to others and circumstances. Step 10, that key tool for emotional sobriety, although it's really set on its own when Bill says we commence this way of living as we clean up the past, steps 10, 11, and 12. The program of recovery, steps 1 through 9, the program of living, very different, steps 10, 11, and 12. Rocketed into the 4th dimension. What does he mean by that? Well, in 1939, when he wrote the big book, what he meant was the immaterial dimension. The 3 dimensions that he was aware of were height, width, and depth. So he speculated that the 4th dimension is the immaterial, the invisible dimension. He didn't know about Einstein's use of the word 4th dimension with regard to time, so that's not really relevant here. This is the metaphor that he used. Go ahead, Alan.
So here we are, step one. We admitted we were powerless over alcohol, that our lives had become unmanageable.
See, the real key, though, is addiction is the problem. It's the presenting problem. It's the one that creates the suffering, that brings us attempting to find a solution. Some of us go to religion, some of us go to relationships, some of us go to self-help, some of us go to therapy, and many of us then come to a 12-step program to deal with our addiction. It's only a percentage of people. Next slide. Unmanageability, the second half of the first step, is the best kept secret in the 12-step rooms, because it's the human problem. Self will run riot. And then Bill Wilson says, we addicts are extreme examples of self will run riot. All human beings are self-will. And that's the whole point. Unmanageability is the human condition. It's the pandemic that influences everybody. We're so now sensitive to the word, we really get it, and the contagion of it. And as Alan said earlier about character defects, we're emitting who we are. If in fact we're all delusional and warped, that's what we emit. That's what we radiate. But if in fact we're filled with light, that's what we radiate.
This unmanageability now, I want you to plug this into what we're talking about in terms of the emotional dependency. So when I am dependent on environmental support, I cannot manage that. That's unmanageable. Life is going to be what life is going to be. You're going to be who you are. You're not going to always be what I want you to be. Life is not going to always be what I want you to be. That's my unmanageability. So if my expectation, my demand, let's say, uses the stronger word, if my demand is things have to be a certain way, then I turn into a control freak, trying to manage things that are what? Not within my ability to manage. They're unmanageable.
That's the spirit of the serenity prayer. What can I influence? What can't I influence? I need wisdom. I've jettisoned the word, threw it away. Control. I don't control anything inside or outside of me. I do influence, but I need wisdom in order to discern that.
So we're not only talking about the unmanageability that clearly comes out of if you are addicted to a substance and what it does to your life. We talk about the person being hijacked, all that stuff. That's all real. And we have to see that our life has become unmanageable with my drinking, using, or whatever other, if there's a process or experiential addiction involved, it's going to create an unmanageability. But this problem started before you picked up a drink. This problem started before you had an eating disorder. This problem started before you were a sex addict. This problem started early on in our life, as we were talking about, that we got this idea that things had to be a certain way for us to be okay. And that spun off all kinds of things of us trying to now control things that were not within our control. You know, Bill will talk about this as the cart before the horse. He calls this an impossible way of life. We are constantly in conflict with life. So this is the unmanageability we have to face, that it's created an impossible way of life. And this becomes so important, it creates an existential crisis. My God, I am not going to be able to live the kind of life I want to live if I keep doing these things. This is the trance we're in. Life has to be a certain way for me to be okay. And step one is us coming out of that trance.
And Bill captured it. Now, he has these bedevilments in the second paragraph on page 52, and I call it bedevilments because the word is in that paragraph. You look it up and it's to be controlled as if by devils. In other words, we have this victim mentality that I'm a puppet on strings. Well, until I grow out of it and cut the strings and take responsibility and as Alan said, differentiate myself from people and circumstances. He said, my step guide said, make it personal and make it current. I am having trouble with personal relationships. Use that as a question for you right now in your current life. I can't control my emotional nature. I am a prey to misery and depression. Here the present tense, here the personal pronoun. I can't make a living. I personalized it. That satisfies me because I'm a bottomless pit. I have a feeling of uselessness. I am full of fear. I am unhappy. I can't seem to be of real help to other people, and I personalize it again, nor do I really care. I want the reputation of helping people, but I don't want to really get my hands dirty or be inconvenienced. I mean, this was at 10 years of sobriety that I had this realization, a whole new experience, a whole new awakening. Another layer had been penetrated of the unconscious.
And these are symptoms of the problem. These are the problem. So you've got to see that. This is caused by the undifferentiation. This is caused by the emotional immaturity. This is caused by demanding that things have to be a certain way to be okay.
Well, Bill succinctly puts it on page 62, the exact nature of this. He says, the root problem, is selfishness, self-centeredness, exclamation point.
And then he could go farther today and say emotional dependency.
Exactly.
That creates the selfishness and self-centeredness.
Yeah.
See, if I think things have to be my way, if I make myself that important, that things have to be my way to be okay, then I am going to demand, and that's that you do things my way, that life be the way I think it should. I'm going to complain and object when it's not. That's my selfishness and self-centeredness.
My will will always choose me because I'm blind to anything outside of me.
Yeah, that's right. So we're not aware of these things. Freud says we are being lived by the forces within ourselves. These are unconscious, right? These are unconscious demands. These are unconscious claims that we have. We're not aware of them. These are our blind spots, right? We can't see them until we start to look for them, until we really start this process of investigation, of inquiry, what I like to call a psychological curiosity. Isn't this interesting? The same problem keeps showing up all the time. What's going on here? See, that's the curiosity that I think we need to bring to our lives to start to undo this. And when we bring the curiosity, we start to see that we've bonsai'd ourselves into this idea that we have of how we're supposed to be and how we're supposed to look. So we restrict our growth, we restrict our water, we cut off certain branches to try to grow ourselves into this idealized self, thinking that if I become this beautiful bonsai tree, then I've finally found the answer to life. This is the answer to my search for glory. I'm going to be loved. I'm going to be accepted. I'm going to feel all right all the time. I'm going to have everything that I want. And now we need to have a big red circle with a line through it that says, a little button that we could push. Didn't work. That's the crisis of personal limitation that happens in our life. That is then the invitation to doing this work that Herb and I are talking about.
And what a wonderful reframing word that is. Invitation to do this work.
The alarm keeps going off, right? As Gurdjieff said. The alarm keeps going off. A lot of times we keep hitting the snooze button But then one day the alarm gets loud enough. And
Well, that's the whole point, number one, of pain, but of consciousness and of feelings. Most people might respect feelings naturally or from their family of origin. I didn't do it naturally or from my family of origin. Feelings were something to be completely eliminated because they were inefficient. And it's taken me an awful long time to, number one, respect, and then to thaw out enough to recognize that the feelings are the things that give us the signals in order to navigate reality.
This is the way that Pearl said it. He says, many of us dedicate our lives to actualize the concept of what we should be like, rather than to actualize ourselves. He goes, this is again the curse of the ideal, the curse that we should not be what we are. That we're not good enough as we are. That's why most of us feel like phonies, because we tried to become something we're not. And we're always afraid somebody's going to come and pull aside that curtain that was pulled aside in The Wizard of Oz. And then there we sit behind this big, big apparatus that we've created to define ourselves, and we're not that. That's the big lie that Ernie Larson calls it, is that who we are is not enough. That we've got to be somebody else to be okay. You know, Singer, the author of The Untethered Soul, says you will never find yourself in what you built to define yourself. I disagree with that. I think you will find yourself. It's just you're going to be buried in there somewhere. You know, of course, if you've created that, that's part of what you've created. So that is you. It's impossible not to do something that's you. So there will be remnants of you in there, but they will be distorted. He goes on to say, if you dare to look, you will see that you've built your entire life based on the model you have built around you. And see, that's our problem. That model doesn't work. It's like the spruce goose. It was a great idea, but it couldn't fly very well. Looked wonderful. You look at that plane and you say, my God, that's such an incredible idea, but it couldn't fly. And that's what we have. We built that spruce goose in our life.
I like to use the image of a Hollywood storefront.
Yeah, there you go.
That we built this wonderful image, but there's nothing behind it, and we know it. Yeah. And the whole point of this work is the deconstruction of that Hollywood storefront, so that the real self can emerge, and it is good enough, by the way.
So this is Dr. Kaighan Horney, a brilliant therapist, and to me, one of the unheralded geniuses of psychoanalysis. But she goes to fostering, and by the way, I think Bill was highly influenced by her. She had an institute in New York, and I would bet many of those people that were going to meetings had some treatment with her, because she uses those words, claims and demands and all of those things that Bill was talking about. She goes, the fostering of phony self is always at the expense of the real self. You see, when we put up that facade, we don't get busy developing ourselves. What are we developing? That facade. Look how great I look. Look how wonderful I am. And behind it, all the other stuff that we need to do to really cope and become full and healthy and in our life, we ignore. So it's like one arm, we've been exercising, we got this big muscle, and the other arm, it's atrophied, and we look like we're a victim of polio. That's what our development looks like. We are so out of balance. Back to that term that Bill used, we're out of balance. We put so much effort in building an image of who we are rather than in building who we are. Now, what we're seeing is that as we start to take a look at this stuff, and as we start to tear down these toxic attitudes, as we start to get more honest with ourselves, what happens is we become disillusioned. We realize that what we've been doing is not going to work in our life. That's the gift of the step one. It's a disillusioning process. We become disillusioned with how we've been trying to function in this world. It creates an existential crisis. And with that disillusioning process, she goes, lies in the possibility that with the weakening of these obstructive forces that came out of this emotional dependency. She goes, then the constructive forces of the real self have a chance to grow. So what happens is step one starts to create this disillusioning process. We start to weaken these obstructive forces that come out of the false self. And now who we are starts to really have a chance to grow in our lives. Herb, I'll let you start with this one.
Well, again, it's a reinforcement of that concept of the organismic life force. What brings the acorn to an oak tree? It is not like Alan talked about the baby that is attempting to walk. It's not taught how to walk or to want to walk. It needs to have that coming from the inside. It's same, the acorn. You plant it in favorable soil and conditions, it's going to grow. Now that oak tree is a tortured version, probably of pretty representative of us in our older age because of life. We're missing a few branches and we've kind of got a lean to it. But it grew organically out of that acorn. And that's the life force that we're talking about. So of course we're entering into a concept now of steps 2 and 3, something that we can't talk about, but we have to show pictures and have words to try to talk about.
You, like Herb said, you can't instruct that acorn to become that tree. It will become that tree given the right set of circumstances. And if it's planted too close to that tree, what happens? If it doesn't have a chance to differentiate itself from that tree and tries to grow in the shadow of the other tree, what happens to it?
It'll
Can it ever reach its potential? Never.
Dwarf and die, yeah.
Dwarf and die. It has to have distance. There has to be distance away from the tree that it came from. And see, this is what we understood, is we have to differentiate ourselves. And that is from our family. We have to differentiate ourselves, which means we have to figure out what ideas and concepts and rules that our family passed on to us work and which ones don't, which are healthy and which ones have kept us stuck and created limitations in our life. See, that's part of the stuff that we look at. Also, we have to look at our culture. What are some of the ideas in this culture? You know, this is a culture that teaches you are more the more you have. Well, does that really work? You know, does the more stuff you have in your garage make you more of a person? Well, no. I mean, what did Richard Rohr tell us? Herb, I love that one line. There is no U-Haul that follows the Hertz to the graveyard. There's no U-Haul. I mean, the Egyptians used to try to do that, right? They build these big, you know, these pyramids and stuff, and then bury all the stuff with them. Well, you know, it's still buried. I mean, it didn't go with them. You know, it's these kinds of things, you know. Bill talks about it as there was never enough of what we thought we needed. Never enough. Of course not. Because the enough is not out there. It's not out there. There's a balance again between having things in your life and being. That balance between having and being is what got so messed up in us. It all became about having and being. That was the part behind the facade that we didn't look at, and we didn't know how to be. We knew what to do, but not how to be.
And that's why that famous midlife crisis term is so relevant. And each generation has its new author and talking about that. Passages back in the day, I think the 70s. And it's about, I built a ladder, I placed it against the wall, and I'm climbing the corporate ladder or something analogous to that. And I get to the top of the ladder and it's against the wrong goddamn wall. We wake up at a point midlife because we have some maturity now and we have some experience and we know we're on the other side. We're on the back 9 of the course and we have to evaluate like, oh my God, is this all there is? Yeah, exactly.
And that's where we realize how out of balance we are.
Yeah.
Because when we say no, there's not, then we start to open ourselves up to new possibilities. So this picture really says so much, because we can now see this is recovery. This is what recovery is. It's the restoration of that differentiation. It's the restoration of your true self. It's recovering your true self. It's recovering all of the possibilities that you lost with the model that you have built around yourself to define you. That's the unmanageability that we face. That the unmanageability is that we've interfered with this process in our life. And now we want to restore it, right? We want to start to grow ourselves to be what we can be.
Bill talks about that in the third step. He says, we are reborn. It's one of the promises. We are reborn. We're given a new life, but not without a lot of work.
So we had the cart before the horse, didn't we? Right? We tried to control all these things and demand life be this way and that way, and none of this stuff works. It's now we've got to get things turned around. We've got to find the right balance. We've got to challenge our attitudes and behavior. And I love to say it this way, that only the best in you can see the worst in you. Only the best in you can see your emotional dependency, how you manipulate, try to wrest from life what you think you need life to be. And when you start to get honest with yourself, when you start to really, and that's why we say, how does this program work? Honesty, open-mindedness, and willingness, right? That's the core of this. And that's what makes this so important. But we can't just be left with the crisis that we have that my God, the way that I've been doing this isn't going to work. That creates an existential crisis. It creates an existential anxiety. And as I've been saying on Thursday nights, is that every step creates a certain charge that is then discharged in the next step. The charge in step one was, oh shit. It's the oh shit charge. Oh shit, I'm in trouble. God damn it. I don't know what to do here. I've got things all messed up and I have no clue on how to make these things different. It's the oh shit experience. And that creates that charge, right? We've got an existential crisis. We're in an existential crisis. What am I going to do? And this is the beautiful wisdom of these steps. It's charging and discharging. It's inhaling and it's exhaling. It's the basis of life, very basis of life itself. And we're restoring our life with the steps. And so what happens in step two, we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity.
And the silver bullet of the 12-step process is we have no dogma, no theology, nothing that you have to believe, all right? There's just a decision here. Is there a power in the universe that's available to you that will help you? Now, Alan used a wonderful descriptor earlier on. You may not have put it in this frame, but I am, because it neutralizes any of the original, Bill Wilson came out of the Oxford group, which was a Christian derived philosophy and methodology. He tried to scrub it to make sure that it wasn't overly connected with religion. But Alan's phrase completely scrubs it. The best in me will manage the worst in me. It goes all the way back to that organismic life force concept, neutralizing any prejudice that we might possibly have concerning spirituality or God or your organized religion or whatever your tradition is. All right. There's a very thriving group in Toronto, Canada, of atheists. Because they have somehow embraced some type of a universal life force, all right, which is really the reality. God as we understand it. Actually, I phrase it differently. God as I don't understand it. I make a decision in step two that there is something.
Go back to step.
No, it's, yeah, good. There we go. Go ahead. Yeah. But that's what, and Bill says it on page 53. God is or God isn't. What is your choice? It's about a decision. The real power of the will, Alan talked about charge and discharge. There's the dynamic of the steps is built specifically for us as human beings. What makes me specifically human are two things. One, I have a mind that knows. And two, I have a will that makes decision. In step 2, my mind says, I'm going to believe in the power other than myself. And in step 3, I'm going to have a relationship with that.
So we're restoring our faith, aren't we? We're restoring our hope, right? That I can grow into that oak tree that I am, right? That's what this image is for us, that there is a better way for us in life. And we needed that, right? Because hope is spawned by the possibility that there's a better way, a way of life that works. This is the discharge. We're in a crisis, and now we realize we really embrace that there is a possibility of having a very different experience in our life, that we can have a different existence, we can create a different existence, we can let go of those bars that we've been holding up our whole life. And that's where then step 3 comes in. Once again, now the charge in step 2, after we were discharged, we got to take a breath again. The breath is, okay, there's hope now. What do I do? What do I do? There is a possibility. How do I realize that? Now we're talking about self-realization. Step 3 comes along, made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood him.
Step 2 is a decision that there is a power, that there is a sunlight of the spirit deep inside ourselves. That's the decision that we're coached into in chapter 4. That this on page 53, Bill says, God is or God isn't, what is your choice? And then in step 3, he says, now use that same decision power to establish a relationship with that sunlight deep inside yourself. I make a decision to have a relationship. Read pages 62 and 63. He talks about 5 different relationships. What relationship? Now here I'm asking you to ask yourself, what is it that you want and need in a power other than yourself? That's an answer for step 2. What is it that you want in a relationship with that power? A relationship? What does your core of your soul yearn for? Oh, such a rich word, yearn for in a relationship with power, with the universe, with the life force? Your decision. What do you need today? What do you want today? What does your soul crave for, thirst for, hunger for in a relationship as a solution to living life with quality? Go ahead, Alan.
So I like to think of this as that in step 2, we get hope. Now we get charged. There is a new possibility. We have to commit ourselves to that path, right? This is the steps that to me is about commitment to a new way of life. We're turning away from what we were towards what we can be. There is a turning that takes place in this step that becomes incredibly important. And I got that when I was listening to Herb talk about this step. There is a turning towards something. We're turning towards a new possibility. And see this and making a commitment to discover what that can be, because we don't know yet. You see what I mean? We have hope and faith that it's there, but we don't know what it's like. But now we've got to commit ourselves to this path, to this journey. And you know what we say is we have to be as committed to this as we were before to what we tried to do with our lives. If we come in with any less of a commitment, it's not going to work. You know, we can't be half-assed about this. We've got to be 100% committed to this new path, to this new journey?
Spoken like a true Marine.
That's right. Marine Corps did not take half-ass commitments.
That's right. We do not surrender.
They got that sign. They got that sign up on the freeway that said, "We don't accept applications, only commitments." I love it.
And yet Bill had what such a gentle, wonderful perspective at the end of the steps on page 60, I believe it is, that it's progress. It's progress. You know, we do have to accept that it's good enough what you're capable of doing. So just make the effort, do the best you can, and it is good enough right now. Later on, you'll do better, but right now, please accept what you can do. And I just love it. I was helping a person try to understand this, and I used the life force, the Dr. Berger organismic life force. I used that. Do you believe in that? I asked Kevin, and Kevin said, well, yeah, I think that the acorn grows into the oak tree. We'll stay with that one. And so I do believe in a universal life force. That's Star Wars, the life force. May the force be with you. I said, okay, do you believe that you have free will, Kevin? 24 years old. He's in his 8th treatment center. And he goes, well, yeah, I have free will. I came here on my own will. I can leave anytime I want. I've done it 8 times or 7 times, whatever. And I said, okay, so you have free will. I got you. You have gone against the life force because you're dying. You're making decisions that are against human nature. And he knew that. That's why he was there. He was suffering. And the turning that Alan was talking about and the turning that the big book talks about made a decision to turn. Please hear this. This completely opened up step 3 to me and obviously to Kevin. Well, you don't know that, but I do. It's the turning from my self-centeredness. I turn to be in alignment with, I turn my will and my life over to God as I understand it, all right, over to the care of God, not to God. I'm being in alignment with, alignment isn't in the big book or the 12 and 12, but it's the word I use now. I turn from my self-centeredness in unmanageability to a power that is in fact available to me. And it's my turning of my free will, my commitment, that's the word, my commitment to be in alignment. I want this, I'm willing to do this, I can't do this. I pray the set-aside prayer, I pray the 3rd step prayer, and I launch into a program of action, steps 4 through 9, which will in fact create the turning by the end of the 9th step, and the promises are there, the benefit and manifestation of the turning, in contrast to the bedevilments. A good friend of mine made that contrast of the bedevilment and the turning and the promises of step 9. There's a perfect match. I hope Bill was conscious of it.
I love this by Goethe on commitment. Until one is committed, there is hesitancy, chance to draw back, always ineffectiveness. Concerning all acts of initiative and creation, there is one elementary truth, the ignorance of which kills countless ideas and splendid plans, that the moment one definitely commits oneself, then providence moves too. All sorts of things occur to help one that would never otherwise have occurred. A whole stream of events issues from the decision, raising in one's favor all manner of unforeseen incidents and meetings and material assistance, which no man could have dreamed would have come his way.
Carl Jung calls that synchronicity.
Synchronicity, life. The new age version of it is the secret. You throw it out to the universe, right?
Yeah.
Throw it out to the universe and things start to happen to fulfill this wish, this direction we have. So now our wish is to take a break.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a little break, run to the bathroom, get yourself another cup of coffee, a glass of water, whatever you so desire, and we'll see you in about 5 minutes.
Let's just say that one has a relationship with somebody that where there is you know, there's reasonable, you're allowed to have these reasonable expectations of one another, because,
Depends on what reasonable means, doesn't it?
yeah, let's say you're married.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I have those, let's say I have those stories or those ideas that I'm tethered to about what that means.
Yes.
And I think, you know, probably some of them are reasonable and some of them aren't. You know, how does one like reconcile that? Does that make sense? Is that too vague?
No. It makes a lot of sense. I'm going to want Dr. Alan Berger to weigh in on it. He's the relationship man. Let me tell you, he's helped a lot of couples navigate that question that you're asking about having expectations. Now, she used the term reasonable expectations, and I'm assuming that she assumes that her expectations are reasonable, but I think that's something that needs to be challenged constantly. But how do you navigate a relationship in marriage or committed relationship in terms of, quote, reasonable expectations? My immediate answer is get clear on what your expectations are and the motives behind them, what you really want, and then you talk about it with your partner so that you're clear in terms of what your expectations are, and then you get the feedback from them as to whether they think they're reasonable or not and what their expectations are, and then you kind of have a discussion about coming to an agreement about what's available and what you're willing to do and what you're not willing to do. Alan, would you weigh in, please?
Well, I would want to know what our reasonable expectations.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I have no idea what.
And that's where it gets a little sticky, you know, for me to share at a group level.
Well, then okay, then we can't answer it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The only effective way of dealing with some of that is being very specific. Yeah. But I think we covered the general ground. I mean, I do. And from a general standpoint, I think communication is the key. You let them know what you want, you hear what they want, and then you see how you can bring it to some kind of a reconciliation if you can.
Herb, let me just say one thing about this. So in a healthy relationship is based on what you want and what you don't want. So you say, I'd like this, or I'd want that. There is no expectation that the other person's going to give you that. None. You can ask for anything you want. But if you expect you're going to get it because they love you, you're set yourself up. There's no room for them. So you can say, I'd like this, I want that. But there is no obligation for your partner to do. What their obligation, they do have one, is to be honest with you.
Yes.
And say, I'm not interested. I don't want that. I'm not going to do that. I can see you want it, but I'm not interested in giving it to you. In a healthy relationship, there's room for two. There's not room for rules. And so if you want something and they don't want to give it to you, it's up to you to figure out what you need to do about it. But they have no obligation to meet that need. None.
If they take a defensive position, like,
that's because you're probably criticizing them. I mean, so you're not asking for what you want. You're putting them down because they're not doing what you want. See, there's a whole difference in learning how to talk about what you want without making the other person wrong. If you try to get what you want by making somebody wrong, they're never going to give you what you want.
I don't think I was making him wrong. I think I was, whatever.
Of course not. You may not think you were, but he may have felt you were. Whether you were doing it or not, it's not about whether you were doing it. It's about how he took what you said.
Yeah.
And then you got to deal with that in terms of what that is. You know, but that's not the problem. The problem is what's happening between the two of you. And see, if you keep looking at what the other person's doing to create the problem, you're not going to grow yourself in that situation.
That's right. I'm not. And that's where
Well, but it's hard to do it when you're not willing to get more specific. But I understand it. It might be too public for you, but you've got to look at that. Is that image thing that you do again? So that's up to you, though. That's your journey.
and you're going to have to say the quote again of the best in me kind of deals with the worst in me.
Yeah, essentially that, yes.
Or only the best in you can see the worst in you. Only the best in you can see the worst in you.
Okay, so the thing that I struggle with understanding is this concept of the higher power or bigger power or whatever you want to say is always outside of you, but then there's this whole thing in the big book and whatever that it's inside of you.
But whoever said it was outside of you?
A lot of the literature, you know, higher power. It has that feeling of.
That's an interpretation, because Alan talks about the higher self. The Buddhists talk about the higher self. The psychologists talk about the true self. And the big book talks about that power that's deep inside ourselves, and that's only where it exists. So, yeah, anyway, it's a wonderful question concerning steps 2 and 3, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to know if I'm looking at it, you know, and I'm still struggling with steps 2 and 3.
Okay.
And you know, this interior and exterior, it's not conscious. You know, if you'd say the program, and I mean, I've learned things from step 1 that have gotten me a lot closer to emotional sobriety than I might have any other way gotten. So, but is that the higher power, the steps? I mean, it's just trying to figure out that relationship. And I have a relationship with kind of my inner guide, but I don't know about this.
That sounds perfect.
Universe.
Use that word, inner guide. This inner guide, what is that for you? That's for me, that Bill talks about the sunlight of the spirit. And I just love that term, because that sunlight is deep inside of me. It's not restricted to me, of course, just like the sunlight isn't. But anyway, that's a metaphor. And we have to speak in poetic terms about this, because we're talking about the invisible, right?
Yeah. Okay. I just was getting confused of this outer thing.
Oh, no.
You had to hook onto. And
I don't think any of us used that word about outer at all. There's 2 words that capture it from my standpoint. They're kind of $100 words: immanence and transcendence. And if you look those words up, Thomas Merton said God is that reality that has no circumference and whose center is everywhere. That'll take you some time to unpack.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think so. Alan, go ahead, please.
No, I just think it's all parallel process. It, you know, is what's outside is inside, what's inside is outside. I mean, it's, so I don't have those artificial boundaries. I don't see it that way. I think it's all one and the same. Just like there's, you know, we talk about mind versus body, but there's the mind is the body is the mind. I mean, I think that we divide things up, and sometimes that
it's artificial.
Helpful. It's not helpful.
No, it's artificial in order to talk about it, but it's not real.
Yeah, that's a good way to say it. There's some value sometimes in fragmenting it to understand it, right. But to keep thinking about it in a holistic way. You know, that's why we, you know, you'll hear Buddhists say we are all one. I mean, we're all one. Everything is one.
Yeah.
So.
And it's not just the Buddhists. It's most of the spiritual teachers, and the word. Spirit comes from the Greek word spiros, which means breath. And you talked about, Alan, the sort of the wind and the forces, and then you talked about the breath. And I mean, that's that life force that we're trying to kind of connect to and have a word to. And Bill's very clear in the big book. Any word that we use is going to be inadequate. So just deal with it. And do you believe in your inner guide? Great. That's it right there. Yep. That's it. That's the guiding power. Boy, I'll tell you what, that's a fabulous, fabulous set of words. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Well, we're now at step 6. We're entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character.
Because steps 4 and 5 identify those clouds in us to the sunlight that is in us. The clouds that prevent the sunlight from shining in us to us are removed by the roto-rooter of steps 4 and 5. Go ahead, Alan.
Well, in what we want you to consider is doing another step 4 and 5 from this perspective of emotional sobriety.
Yeah.
Because rarely has somebody approached step 4 is to look at what has your emotional dependency done to your life. We look at things like, what have our resentments done, or our attitudes towards sex, those kinds of things. Take a step back and look at the step 4 is now an inventory of your emotional dependency. If you look at your resentments in step 4 and you did it from this perspective, you're going to see underneath every one of your resentments was an unenforceable rule. And likely that you took something personal. But you can even go beyond that and see that every one of the difficulties you're having in your relationships and in life is related to some kind of what Bill called claim or demand on life and your unhealthy dependence. That's the good news. That's the path to freedom with emotional sobriety. So we want to identify those things. That's what we're doing. Notice step 6 here, we have character defaults, not character defects. We're looking at how these defaults, these bad habits that we've developed out of this idea that life is supposed to be a certain way for us to be okay. And so we're now approaching this from a very, very different point of view. What are my attitudes and beliefs about life? What attitudes and belief about life do I have that are toxic, that keep me from dealing with life as it is, and instead demand life to be a certain way? So now when we're getting ready to remove all of these things, we're looking at, this is the pivoting step towards emotional sobriety. I think it's incredibly important. We're moving away from what we were to what we can be.
And that's the turnaround that I attempt to have people do in the workshops, the same way they do in the 4th step, the turnaround from the delusion of their beliefs to the reality of the truth of the principles, and it's to name them. And Bill uses 4 items in the step 4 in terms of resentment and fear and sex. I see dishonesty as the overriding character defect there. And the root cause, he says, is selfishness. Well, it comes right out of what he actually noted in the 12 and 12 in step 4. He calls it instincts gone awry. You've heard me talk about it, who've been around me before, fight, flight, and freeze. That anger, that fear, that hiding camouflage, that shame-based in that hiding camouflage. Those are the areas that the big book has us identify, analyze, and then confess in the 5th step, but also to take a look at the sources of how they manifest in our behavior. Next item, Alan. And is a willingness to have them removed, but it's the acknowledgement, like, I cannot do this on my own. I need help. I need help.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Alan.
I was just going to say, if we start to name them, see, what I would put on here is unhealthy dependence.
Yeah.
And how has that turned into selfishness? Because see, the more dependent I am, the more selfish I'm going to be. the more I'm going to demand things be the way I want them to be. See, that's what selfishness is. I have to have things a certain way to be okay. So now I'm going to try to have that happen by either trying to control you or by controlling you by pleasing you. There's two ways to control someone, as a top dog or underdog. You can control someone by demanding them to do something a certain way, getting angry with them, threatening them, or you can manipulate them by playing drop the handkerchief, right? It's that kind of a thing. So there's always two ways. So when we're looking at this from an emotional sobriety point of view, we want to see the ways in which our emotional dependency has manifested itself in our life and how they've created these unenforceable rules. And what I use is I say our emotional dependency then creates claims and demands about how life is supposed to be. Those claims and demands turn into expectations. Those expectations turn into unenforceable rules. That's the pathway. I'll do that again. Our unhealthy dependence, right, creates claims and demands. I must have, life must be this way. My partner must act like this. I must have this to be okay. Those are the claims and demands that Bill talks about. The next step is those claims and demands now morph into expectations. This is how life is supposed to be. This is what should go on. So it goes from dependence to must to shoulds, and then into unenforceable rules. That's
a great phrase, by the way, unenforceable rule. Really embrace that and unpack it for yourself. Challenge everything that you think and feel by that litmus test. Is this real, or is this just my rule and it's unenforceable? Go ahead, Alan.
And we say it's unenforceable, but the truth is we do everything in the world to try to enforce it. But we say it's unenforceable because it's not reality. See, that's the unenforceability of it.
It should be.
I know, that's right. And that's how we try to enforce it. We shame someone, we silence them, we threaten them, we beg, we plead, all of the things that we do to try to make life or someone do what we want to do.
Yeah.
I remember all of my prayers to God were not to do God's will, it was for God's to do my will. Please let me get that. Please let Susie like me. Please, God, get, put me in Susie's heart. Never happened. Susie never kissed me at lunch in the 3rd grade, and I wanted her to so badly. My goodness sake. So what we're doing in this step, and I love this phrase, Bill used it, we're aiming at the best possible attitude. We're aiming at becoming our best possible self. We're aiming at the best possible attitudes towards life. And that is, we're aiming at these things from a foundation of humility, meaning that we cannot demand that life do what we want it to do. We need to learn how to meet the challenges that life sets before us. This is where we pivot towards dealing with life on life's terms. That's the best possible attitude. Our job, we are being tasked with the job of now finding a way to best meet the challenges that life and relationships and the relationship with ourselves sets before us. That's what we're pivoting towards. That's what we're going to try to do now. We're going to try to have a very, very different attitude. And when things don't go my way, I can be disappointed. But when I become demanding, it's a sign that here it is. There's another unconscious expectation, attitude. Resentments are great ways to unpack this stuff. Anytime you resent somebody, it's likely that you've taken what they've done very personally. And, that's because you're undifferentiated.
Well, and the way I like to help people see that is looking at the lens of their beliefs. I believe that you should be fair. Huh? All right. Is it really the truth? has that person been fair at any other time? I'm looking through distorted lenses of my criteria rather than looking at reality as it is.
And look, Bill puts this in perspective, and Herb said this earlier. We're not going to get rid of all of these things, but hopefully we can start to make some patient improvement, Bill calls it.
Right.
Patient improvement. So part of that best possible attitude towards ourselves is to understand that God isn't finished with us yet. We're a work in progress, right? And that we need to strive for that progress and not get lost in perfectionism. You know, he goes on to say things like, you know, we need to look at some of these character defects really we've found benefit in them. That's why we've developed them. See, every behavior we have is functional. That's why Herb and I don't like the word character defects. We like adaptations. Some of them are maladaptations. They don't work well anymore. But every one of these things were adaptations.
Well, you used the phrase unhealthy coping strategies.
That's right. They're all ways that we try to ensure our existence, ways that, you know, are survival, you know, responses, if you will. You can think of them as that way. But we have to understand that every one of these things has function to it, right? And that's why we develop them. So every character default has the first thing that they are is they economize our distress. We were in a tough situation. We tried to figure out some way to deal with it. So let's say you started to desensitize yourself to your feelings. So one of your character defaults is to not know what you feel. So let's say that's what, well, you did that because it wasn't safe to feel what you felt in the environment you had growing up. So you just learned to desensitize yourself. So great, that's fine. Become aware of that. Now that's not working well in your life. You're going to need your emotions to navigate through life. But you got to realize you did that because that was the way that you could feel safe and take care of yourself and ensure your existence. The second thing you see is that every one of these character defaults are a cry for help. And they're telling you something about what you need to do to turn things around, because they also indicate the direction of change that's important. So if it's always the opposite, so if I've numbed myself, I need to become sensitized to myself. If I'm shut down and closed, I need to become open. See, it's always the opposite of what we've done. If I'm always saying no, I need to experiment with yes. So it's always take, you know, a line from where you're at and go to the 180 degrees opposite side of it. That's what the cure is for these things. So, you know, Herb talks sometimes about, he said it earlier, his character disorder. You know, he was self-focused a lot. What has he done in his life? He's become other-focused. That's the line he shot out. I've got to find a way to get out of myself. I'm still going to get some value of this, but in a different way. I'm going to get value by being of value. See, that was the difference he had. Instead of it just being of value to him all the time and wanting everything for him, what I've seen him do is now change his character. He's still very much loving to do this for himself, but it's also because it's of value to others. So he's included the other in it, and there was never another in it for him. So
Byron Katie is an author that I admire, Loving What Is. And she comes at it from her own experience. But once you've done a fourth step, her book has a lot of meaning. And she uses the term in there, the turnaround. And that's why I've adopted that for the turnaround from that self-centeredness. Alan, you were just describing it, to other-centeredness. But the key is to pay attention, to be conscious, to your feelings. Your feelings are the thermostat. Your feelings are the signals of something that's going on. If you feel joy, you might want to repeat that. If you feel suffering, you might want to stop that. And it's like, pay attention to your feelings. It's about being as conscious as you can. And that's why, Alan, you might want to talk about what Gestalt means.
Well, just the approach to Gestalt is that it's like I said, it's a humanistic psychology orientation, or one of the treatments that developed in that third wave in psychology, which was about humanistic psychology. But Gestalt is wholeness, right? Is that we're trying to help restore somebody's wholeness, which is exactly what I see the steps is doing. So I've always felt that there's this beautiful, coordination between Gestalt therapy and also what we're doing with the steps. So anyway, I bring up this stuff to be aware of that when we're letting go of some of these things, is we're letting go of things that have worked. And sometimes it's going to be easy to switch back to them because they've been such a part of our life. They've become habitual. And that's the word I wanted to use when Bill talks about that we've exalted in some of these defects. They've become habitual, ways that are very automatic for us. So when Herb talks about a real conscious approach to dealing with them, and a mindful approach, it's very important that we cultivate this mindfulness. He says, only step one, where we made 100% admission we were powerless over, can be practiced with absolute perfection. All of the other steps state perfect ideals. These are goals towards which we look, and the measuring stick by which we estimate our progress. My mentor, Dr. Kempler, used to say, there's nothing wrong with striving for perfection if you never fool yourself into thinking you can reach it. If you never delude yourself into it, as long as it's something you're reaching for. We're reaching for the best possible attitude. It doesn't mean we're going to have it all the time. Maybe I can postpone dealing with this. Well, of course, this isn't going to work. Such a bluffing of oneself will have to go the way of another pleasant of any other pleasant rationalization. At the very least, we shall have to come to grips with some of our worst character defects and take action towards their removal as quickly as we can. That's the emotional dependency. That's the claims and demands. That's the expectations, and that's the unenforceable rules. That's what we got to get busy cleaning up. That's what we're being called to when we work the steps from the perspective of emotional sobriety. So now we're on to step 7. We're aiming at taking the best possible attitude. And now here we come. This is where humility takes center stage in terms of our work. Humbly asked him to remove our shortcomings.
Step 6 is really about accepting that I have been ineffective in creating the change in me that is necessary for me to be a decent human being. I've been ineffective on my own power.
Yes. Look, this step is all about humility. And we go back to the humility is, right? What we're really doing is we're saying that, look, I've got to now aim at the best possible attitude. Humbly ask him to remove our shortcomings. In terms of emotional sobriety, the most important thing to remove is to surrender our crippling demands and expectations. Bill called them our hobbling expectations, right? These are the things that we need to help to surrender. But you can't surrender something you're not aware of. That's the importance of step 1. It introduced us to the paradoxical nature of change. Change is done to us, not by us. We own that we're powerless. And when we own we're powerless, what happens? Now we're open to a change. Now we're open to some power in our life. You cannot be open to that power until you claim that you're powerless. You can't claim the powerlessness until you claim how power hungry and crazy you've been in trying to manage and control everything. When I saw how much I was trying to control my drinking and drug use and how it never worked, then I could get to the part of admitting my powerlessness. And when I admitted my powerlessness, then that made me available to something new. When I started to see how much I demanded life to be a certain way, I could be open to another possibility. but not until I did that. And when we do that, and that's why we're saying these steps are building upon one another. We have now, by step 7, we've gotten a lot more honest with ourselves. We've been able to see the worst in us and understand that that's the best in us when we're seeing the worst in us. That we are not taking away from ourselves when we own these mistakes, when we own our gaps in knowledge. We are actually respecting ourselves. We are having a healthy relationship with ourselves and letting go of all of these ideas of who we should be, who we think we must be to be okay. Becomes an incredibly important step.
I'm asked all the time, who will I become if I let go of my character defects? Because they are who I am. And that's, again, a bit of a trust in the process itself. Alan, you've mentioned before, in terms of a psychological phrase, I believe it comes out of your discipline, and that is, to name it is to tame it.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, wow, there's the wisdom right there, because you're beginning now to be able to deal with it if in fact you know it exists. And that I've been ineffective, as I said. Go ahead with the next word. Accept my powerless and then pray for the removal. The two things that aren't in the big book or the 12 and 12 that my step guide gave me that turned it into the most powerful transformative experience of the step process for me, 6 and 7, which seemed to be so small, is that can you go back to the next slide?
Oh, I'm sorry, this one. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that yes, you're powerless over it. Yes, you've made a list of your character defects, but number 1, pray specifically for the removal of a specific character defect. That's not in the big book or the 12 and 12. But it began the change in me when I got specific. And yes, pray because you're powerless. And then he said, call me every day and tell me how you're doing with that behavior. It was of substance, that behavior. And that's why it was a daily accountability. And within 48 hours, the behavior changed because I was being held accountable. And it took 3 years or 2 years, I forget exactly what, for the inclination to go away, because in fact there was this experience that I'm powerless over the inclination, but I'm 100% responsible for the behavior. It changed my life. If you want to change, identify specifically what you want to change, pray for it, and tell somebody about it on a regular basis, whether that be daily, weekly, or monthly, it doesn't matter. Accountability. Prayer because I'm powerless. Accountability because I'm human. It'll change you.
See, and I really like that we're always looking towards the solution now. See, that's where we're shifting. We're out of the blame thing, and we're owning our dependency to see what the other possibility is. So what we're accepting here is that no, life and people don't have to live up to our expectations. That's our new attitude. That's now aiming at the best possible attitudes. We're releasing life and people from our expectations. Easier said than done.
And neither do I have to live up to my expectations. Oh my God.
Or theirs. See, that's the other part of it. We don't have to live up to their expectations either. See, this is where freedom starts to come in, is when we let go, when we release this. Step 6 and 7 is about letting go and releasing, right? It's moving towards a healthier attitude. If I release myself from my expectations, if I release myself from your expectations, if I release you from mine, what are we going to have? You know what people say to me? Well, my God, aren't you asking for anarchy? If I release my partner from my expectations, he'll never do anything I want. Well, if Maybe they'll just do things they really want to do and not be in a power struggle with you all the time. See, is when I demand you do things a certain way, I'm demanding that because I think I need that to be okay. When I release you from it, when I release me from it, then I can move towards what a healthy relationship looks like. Room for two people, not room for rules.
Well, you said something I'm sorry, go ahead, Alan, then I'll.
No, I just was going to say it again. It's room for two people, not room for rules. Martin Buber called this the healthy relationship. It's an I to thou relationship. I experience you as you are. I don't expect you or demand you to be what I want you to be. My happiness is not dependent on you. It's dependent on me. That's what we're striving for, is that relationship, is to be able to stand next to someone, not to be leaning on that person.
You said something in one of our workshops that, as you can see, everybody, Alan and I are quite spontaneous. We don't have a script. We have a lot of experience that we share together spontaneously. And one time in the middle of a workshop, he said something and he looked at me because he knew it was different and it might get my attention. He said, there's only one reason to do anything. He paused, looked over with a twinkle in his eye at me. And I'd never heard it before, so I didn't know where he was going. And of course, I said, so what's that, Alan? He said, there's only one reason to do anything, because you really want to. Oh my God. I mean, it was like startling to me because I'd never heard it, never thought it before. And then he went to unpack it a little bit. Would you like to do that, Alan, please?
Well, it's so powerful because, see, that's what mature love is about. It's union with the preservation of integrity. That I join you, but I don't lose myself in you. You know, when you want something from me, I'll consider what you want because I care about you. But if I don't want to give it to you, I'm going to be honest and say, no, that's not available right now for me to give that. I'm not interested in doing that. You know, I want to give you things that I want to give you. I'm not going to give you things that I feel obligated to do because I don't want you to do things that you're obligated to do. I don't want you to give me something if you don't really want to give it, because that's not a real gift. See, I think it was Eric Berne talked about the difference between a warm fuzzy and a cold prickly. And a warm fuzzy was when you do something and you give it because you really want to. You give it with your full heart because you want to give it. That's a warm fuzzy. A cold prickly is I give it to you because I think I should.
You talk about an open hand too.
That's right. Because the cold prickly is my hand's not open, it's closed. I'm doing it because I'm obligated. There's no love in that. You don't need me to be a slave to this relationship. You want a partner. A partner does things because they want to do them, not because they're obligated to do them. No, thank you. See, that's a very, very different way. And that's, you know, it's a challenging way because we don't know, like Herb said, is that when you hear this thing like, God, when you're an adult, there's only two reasons to do something, because you want to or you don't. It's like, wow, why didn't anybody ever tell us that? Yeah. Because there weren't any adults in our life. I mean, that's the reason. They didn't know it either. Nobody knows this stuff. You hear it for the first time and you go, my God, that's so simple and so brilliant at the same time.
Right. Well, you commented, you quoted from, it's a very sophisticated phrase, and I'd like you to kind of unpack that union with the preservation of integrity.
Yeah, so we join. See, we all have a deep desire for togetherness. There's no question about it. That's important to us. That's part of who we are. We want to be connected. We want relationship. We want to be in relationship. But we also have an equally strong desire to be our own person. And you see, when you're differentiated, those two things, the desire to join, to be a part of, to have union, equals the desire to keep yourself. And when you are mature, you balance those out. That's what Bill was talking about, real maturity and balance. When you are mature, you balance the desire to connect with the desire to be yourself. And so what happens is that what we say in a healthy relationship, you're able to enjoy and embrace your full expression of yourself. That means I will or I won't. is that's the full expression of yourself. I want to, I don't. Right? That's us owning what's true for us. If I can support myself in enjoying my full expression of myself and my desires, then I can also enjoy yours. But I can't support you in expressing who you are and living from what you want if I'm not doing it for myself. I cannot give you something I'm not giving to myself. It's an impossibility. Before we used to say it, I cannot love you if I don't love myself. I will love you in the same way I love myself, and that's where the problem comes in. Because if my love for myself is riddled with all these expectations and demands to be perfect and to be this way and to be that way, what am I going to expect you to be? Same thing. You're going to have to be this way and that way too, because I can't give you something I don't have. I cannot give you enjoy the full expression of yourself if I'm not enjoying the full expression of myself.
In Melody Beattie's book, Codependent No More, she said the balance is between independence and interdependence. And those are two dynamics, independent me, interdependent us. And she said, and I call that undependent, a whole new word. Undependent is the balance of interdependence and independence, which is exactly what you were talking about from Fromm's phrase.
You know, I was going to read to you something real quick. I'm just wanting to look at time because I know this always happens for Herb and I. We get into this stuff. The best laid plans of mice and men always fall apart when we do this stuff. We had all this plan about we were going to do this and have this rhythm to it. And of course, it's all gone to shit right now.
It has its own rhythm. It has its own.
It's okay. It's got its own being. See, but we learn this all the time. We come up with all these wonderful slides, which you're going to get all of them. We won't probably be able to talk about all of them with you today, but you'll have all of them. And then, and we'll let this be what it is. And it'll be exactly what it's supposed to be, right? We know that to be true too. So, from now on, it's almost like I should just put up a blank slide at the beginning of this and say, all right, well, let's see where this goes. But then it would be a little too soon. But I want to read you something from one of my favorite books, The Prophet by Kaighan Gibran. And this is, Kaighan Gibran was a masterful poet, artist, philosopher, lived, I think, from 1883 to 1931. He's from the Middle East. And he wrote this one book called The Prophet about this imaginary prophet coming to this land and all the people gathering around. It sounded like the Sermon on the Mount to me, like a variation of it from the Middle East. And they're asking the prophet about all these different things, like, tell me about freedom, tell me about marriage, tell me about children and stuff like this. And if you haven't read it, it's really a great read. I mean, there's certain parts of it that I think are exceptional. And so this one person turns to Gibran and says, well, please speak to us of love. Or not to Gibran, but to the prophet, and said, please speak to us of love. And this is what he says. He says, when love beckons to you, follow him. And listen to this, though his ways may be hard and steep. So think about that. The ways are hard and steep because what you're going to see is that he talks about that when we're in a relationship, relationships cause trouble. And that doesn't mean that there's something wrong. There is nothing that can grow you like a relationship. Nothing. Relationships are people growers. Recovery is a people growing industry process. Relationships grow people. They're incredible. Part of how we grow in recovery is through our relationships with others. It's how the steps manifest themselves in that person's life that touches us. So he says, when love beckons you, follow him. Those ways may be hard and steep. And when his wings enfold you, yield to him, though the sword hidden among his pinions may wound you. And when he speaks to you, believe in him, though his voice may shatter your dreams as the north wind lays waste the garden. For even as love crowns you, so shall he crucify you. Even as he is for your growth, so is he for your pruning, the pruning of the expectations, right? Even as he ascends to your height and caresses your tenderest branches that quiver in the sun, so shall he descend to your roots and shake them in their clinging to the earth. Like sheaves of corn, he gathers you unto himself. He threshes you to make you naked. He sifts you to free you from your husks. He grinds you to whiteness. He kneads you until you are pliant, and then he assigns to you his sacred fire, that you may become the sacred bread for God's sacred feast. It's a love feast. All these things love shall do unto you, that you may know the secrets of your heart. Listen to that. That you may know the secrets of your heart, and in that knowledge become a fragment of life's heart. But if in your fear you would only seek love's peace and love's pleasure, see, here's the expectation, right? I have to feel good all the time. That a good relationship is about being comfortable, not having any conflict. He says, but if in your fear you would seek only love's peace and love's pleasure, then it is better for you to cover your nakedness and pass out of love's threshing floor. Listen to this. Into the seasonless world where you shall laugh, but not all of your laughter. And you shall weep, but not all of your tears. And you shall love, but not give all of your love. Isn't that amazing? See, that's the vision of a healthy relationship, right? There's going to be struggle, and that struggle has meaning. And our job is to endure that meaning and to embrace what that struggle means in our life and grow from that experience. All of the things that we're talking about in emotional sobriety are things to grow us. We have to let go of these ideas. We're letting go. Never was there enough of what we thought we needed. We had lacked the perspective that character building and spiritual values had to come first in life. That material satisfactions having were not the purpose of living. It's okay to balance those things out, but when they become number one, we get out of balance. He goes on to say, we reluctantly come to grips with those serious character flaws, and this is one of them, the demands that made problem drinkers of us in the first place. Flaws which must have to be dealt with to prevent a retreat into alcoholism once again, or into any other unhealthy behavior. Without some degree of humility, nobody can stay sober or stay clean. Nearly all of AAs have found, too, that unless they develop much more of this precious quality than may be required just for sobriety, so he's making a call to emotional sobriety, they still haven't much chance of becoming happy. Goes on to say, for us, the process of gaining a new perspective, and that's what Herb and I have been talking about all morning, was unbelievably painful. We have to let go of a lot of these ideas we had about what we think we need and how things should be. It was only by repeated humiliations that we were forced to learn something about humility. And that's what Herb said in the beginning. Pay attention to your serial suffering. Pay attention to the patterns, to the issues that come up in your life. And now we're at this wonderful step 10. Continue to take a personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. Well, go ahead, Serv. What do you want to say about that as we approach this?
Well, Bill talks about self-regulation, self-management, and the balance. And step 10, I believe, is that primary tool. It captures and repeats steps 1 through 9, which is the program of the deflation of the ego at depth. Bill says at after the 9th step, he talks about step 10 as an introduction. He said, we enter the world of the spirit. Well, where the hell have we been in steps 1 through 9? We've been in the world of self. And we've made a commitment in step 3 to turn, and a willingness to be turned by, in fact, doing steps 4 through 9. And not only do we do a lot of work, but the outcome is much larger than our ability to create it. The combination, that alchemaic combination of willingness and grace, which takes us as human beings, body, mind, and will, which is the model that I use to understand and experience step one, and then each of the steps and all of the steps together. Bill says very clearly at the end of step 9 on pages 84, 85, that we are placed in a position of neutrality. Hear the words though, please. Pay attention to the words. We are placed. We don't get there on our own. It's not our effort that accomplishes steps 1 through 9 and recovery. Oh, we do the preconditions, and at some point along the process, we receive the gift and the grace. Bill said by the end of the 9th step, you will be placed in a position of neutrality, recovered, the title page of the big book, how thousands of men and women have recovered, yes, freedom from our addiction, whatever that is, abstinence guaranteed by this point. But he says we're never cured. We have physical sobriety, but because of that will, because of that unmanageability, because of the bedevilments, all right, we're not cured. Next slide. Next piece. We're not cured. We have a daily reprieve. This, again, is the best kept secret in the rooms. What does it mean, not cured? He's promised us recovered with regard to our addiction, but he says we need to commence this way of living as we cleaned up the past. Notice the terminology, our way of life, this way of living as we cleaned up the past. He said, pay attention, all right? Clear the channel in step 10, using the phrase from the St. Francis prayer. We're a channel. Make me a channel. Go ahead. And then fill the channel in the morning and in the evening with prayer and meditation and inventory. And then allow that channel to empty itself as we go about our day, whatever we're doing, but contributing to life, contributing to life. We're a channel. We clear the channel, we fill the channel, we empty the channel. This is our way of living. Go ahead.
Well, let me say something about it. So now just put the emotional sobriety lens on, clearing the channel. We take an inventory to become aware of our demands and our claims, our expectations, and how they've turned into unenforceable rules, right? We let those go. That's what step 10 is about, continuing to take personal inventory. And when we were wrong being putting my expectations on you or on life and expecting you or life to do what I think you should do. That's where we're wrong. We're letting go of that. What are we going to fill the channel with? With respect for self and others. That's what we're doing at this point in time. And then we empty that, or we manifest or integrate it by now going out in the world and respecting others and being of value and trying to share some of what we're learning here on this journey so that they too can find freedom.
And in fact, step 10 is very precise in the big book. Bill says, watch for, I've used the words pay attention. Watch for resentment and fear and dishonesty and selfishness. Those are the 4 things that we looked at in step 4. And then he says, take some action. Pray because you're powerless. Discuss it because you're human. Make amends because, in fact, you're going to disturb other people if you're disturbed. And then help. The final item in this 4-part formula is not actually an action item. If you pay attention to the words he said, turn your thoughts to helping somebody else. He's probably got a wonderfully good psychological intuition that as you think, so you will behave. We turn our thoughts to helping somebody else. When we're thinking about somebody else, then in fact, we're not thinking about ourselves. We will experience the 4 things that will be the antidotes to the 4 things that we were disturbed about. Forgiveness and trust and honesty and love. Those are words that I've made up that are just the opposite of the words under watch for. They're not in the big book necessarily in this order or the 12 and 12, but they're the antonyms, I think is the right word, the opposite of the resentment, fear, dishonesty, and selfishness. And that's the turnaround. We can have that vision of emotional sobriety, and we can behave as if. We can have these as ideals to guide us going forward, kind of principles as guardrails or handrails to living our life.
And all of those have to do with freedom. So you see what we're talking about is that we can think of that this is, we're on a quest to live with an emotional freedom. Bill called it a true independence of spirit, emotional autonomy. That's what we are striving for, where I become the determining force in my life. It is not dependent on what's happening around me. It's dependent on my attitudes, on how I show up, how I deal with things, on how I approach things, on being grounded in humility.
I use the word undefended.
Yep.
I had a man come to me, he had 20 years of sobriety, and we were talking. He said, Herb, they're pressing my buttons. Pause, let it kind of cool a little bit. Then I said, whose buttons are they? Well, get rid of the buttons. Then they can't press it.
Well, and this is the attitude. So let's take somebody mentioned something earlier. Well, God, I'm having this discussion with my partner and they get so defensive. I think I said something like, well, maybe you're being critical. Well, I don't think I'm being critical. But it would be very interesting, instead of then defending yourself to their defense, if somebody would say, wow, you seem to be very defensive in what I'm saying. Can you tell me how you experience what I'm saying that's making you so defended? What is happening for you? Can we replace curiosity instead of clashing with someone, instead of throwing another log on the fire of conflict?
See, I don't have to be right and they don't have to be wrong in order for us to coexist.
For us to talk about it, if we replace curiosity with being right, then a relationship becomes a climbing wall instead of a cage fight.
The question is so much more important than the answer.
It is. In most relationships turn into a cage fight. Who's going to win?
Yeah.
Instead of it being a climbing wall, is how do we keep making steps towards where we're going? And the way that happens is to continue to come back and anchor that conversation in purpose. And the purpose is how can we find a better way to connect? I sat with a family on my porch the other day, and my God, it's terrible the way they talk to each other. It's horrible. I mean, everything is about proving how they're right and how the other person's wrong. They cannot have a discussion without pointing out how the other person's wrong. It's a horrible way to relate to each other. And what there are is they all want to be connected so badly, and there's so much pain in this family, and every word out of their mouth distances themselves further and further from each other.
What's behind this deep need to be right, Alan?
See, we convince ourselves that that's what we need to be okay. See, that's that false self, that somehow I've got to be right. That's what's going to make me okay. And somehow we feel like we're losing something if we give that up. And you and I have discovered some of the things that we thought we needed to be okay weren't making us okay at all. I mean, they were the opposite. And when we gave them up, you know, the ego part of us says, oh my God, I'm losing something. If I'm wrong, I'm losing something. Well, you and I know that if I can admit I'm wrong, I'm gaining freedom.
Yeah.
I'm gaining humility. I'm not losing things. I'm gaining things by showing a curiosity to what the other person's experience is. That doesn't take away from me. That adds to me.
The first step in that direction for me for change was when I heard, do you want to be right or do you want to be happy? I've evolved to that, though. Do you want to be right or do you want to be helpful?
Yeah.
Because I have now used, that's the lens through which I look and have for probably 20 years, is how can I be helpful? How can I contribute? And so making it not about me, of course, I had to do that because it was all about me. And it was a major kind of shift in orientation to crowbar it to the other side.
Well, and look, and a lot of what we're talking about is as we mature, Herb said it earlier, we quit taking what the other person's doing personally.
Yeah.
And instead of saying, look at how they're treating me, we don't take it that way. They're not treating you anyway. They're just being the way they're being because of who they are, not because of who you are.
Yeah.
This was the second of the 4 agreements that Don Miguel Ruiz talked about in terms of this personal program for freedom. And I loved it. He says, not taking things personally. Nobody is doing anything because of you. They do it because of who they are, not because of who you are.
That's a major conversion. If we could really embrace that.
If you can embrace it. And then it goes even further. Nobody can hurt you.
Yeah.
If you're hurt, they're not hurting you. You're hurting yourself. But you see, we blame the other person. How dare you say that? If you love me, you wouldn't say that.
Yeah. You hurt my feelings.
Yeah, you wouldn't. It has nothing to do with whether they love you or not. It has to do with how they deal with their feelings.
Yeah.
And if you're hurt, it's because you're hurting yourself. It's reminding you of something in your life, or it's going to some rule you have about how things are supposed to be.
Yeah, what they do, what they say says everything about them. It says nothing about
you.
Yeah.
And that's why when I see people come to me, well, but listen, can't you have some kind of expectations about how somebody's supposed to talk to you? I say, yeah, the expectation is say anything you want, any way you want it. And I'll say if I don't like it. I mean, that's the expectation. Encourage someone to speak their mind, whatever it is, and learn how to take care of yourself while they're speaking their mind and not let them, what they're saying, define you. That's
how I hear it, how I feel, how I react says everything about me.
That's it. Bottom line. So anything else, when you start to try to control and regulate how the other person's talking to you, that's not a healthy expectation. There's no love in that. You want to control them. You want to turn them into your slave, not into your partner. And that's not loving, in my opinion. Now, there may be room for, but
it's a lot easier for me to live with you if you're my slave.
Well, we think so. But every slave's going to want to revolt at some point. Ask Spartacus, right?
Get a bigger whip, right?
That's right. At some point in time, that's what causes revolutions, right?
Exactly. Bang. There you go. That's it. Exactly. The dynamic. History in a nutshell.
That's history in a nutshell. So in step 10 here, we're taking this spot check inventory, right? Anytime I'm upset, I got to take a look at what's wrong with me, not what's wrong with you.
He calls it a spiritual axiom. It's like, this is such a bare-knuckled truth.
We'll get to that. It is a spiritual axiom. He says that. He says very clearly. Let's get to that slide because it's such an important thing. Well, here, our first objective will be the development of self-restraint. This carries a top priority rating. I love this. Nothing pays off like restraint of tongue and pen. And text messaging. They didn't have text messaging. Don't fucking send that text message. We should train ourselves to step back and think. We can neither think nor act to good purpose until the habit of self-restraint has become automatic. So what he's saying is live in between this space that is created when there's a stimulus and our reaction to it. We want to get in that space. By getting in the space, then we have a chance to separate our strong emotional reaction from how we're thinking.
That's the pause. That's the pause. Yeah.
Undifferentiated means that my thoughts and feelings go like this. They occur simultaneously. When I live in the pause, I have a chance to differentiate my emotional reaction from my thoughts about what's going on. I can let the best in me speak for the rest of me. And I can figure out if I'm having this strong of an emotional reaction, it must have a lot of meaning to me. It's likely touching some rule I have, some unenforceable rule that's being violated. that I think I need to be okay. It generates this strong survival reaction. I feel threatened because you're not doing what I think I need you to do for me to be okay. When we get into pause, we can separate that and start to really get perspective on what's going on here. One of those perspectives is to not take it personally, to not let someone else edit your reality. These are all things I talked about in my second book on emotional sobriety, 12 smart things to do when the booze and drugs are gone, and are further elaborated on in my new book. In fact, there's a whole chapter about not taking things personally in 12 Essential Insights. This becomes a very important part of emotional sobriety. This continues our differentiation. And here we go back. This is the orienting principle. You want to know what true north is? This is your compass. This is going to tell you your true north. It's a spiritual axiom that every time, he didn't say most of the time, and Bill was very, very careful about words. Trust me. He was a wordsmith, just like Herb is. He was a wordsmith. Every time we're disturbed, and then he goes, no matter the cause, in case you didn't get every time, now he's going to emphasize it again. He's going to hit you again with it. No matter the cause, every time, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah.
What is wrong? That's the inquiry. What is wrong? There is a strong claim and demand that I have. That's what he tells us in the letter. And that underneath it, the roots of it is some unhealthy dependence. So it's going to always go back to my rules have been violated. My way, my thoughts about how things should be are not being honored.
I'm not responsible for circumstances or people. I am responsible for my reaction to circumstances and people. And that's why it's such an important piece of it, step 10, as he called it, the spot check inventory. And he uses this catch-all phrase, when I'm disturbed, resentment, fear, dishonesty, selfishness, sex. These are all of the areas that disturb us. They create a tension. We know as addicts how to deal with tension, and that is our addiction. So inevitably, the disturbance will take us back because of the tension to smoothing the tension. And so he gives us this tool, and he uses the term spot check inventory, on the spot, not at night, not in writing, right now, real time. We use this step 10 tool. Again, it's misunderstood in many of the rooms I've been in. It's not in writing, it's not at night, it's right now. It's as closer to me than my cell phone is.
Here he is in step 10 saying us again, it's not personal, right? It's pointless to become angry or get hurt by people like us are suffering from the pains of growing up, meaning they haven't let go of their expectations. When they get mad at us, they've got expectations too. It's the same thing that's going on. I love this. We can try to stop making unreasonable demands upon those we love. That's the freedom that we're looking for. Freedom comes by letting go. We aimed at the best possible attitude in step 6. Step 7, we started to let go of these expectations and demands. Step 10 is we are monitoring ourselves all the time. When we clean up things in 8 and 9, a lot of those things we're cleaning up have to do with some demands that we've made and our reaction to those.
And it's not an onerous task. It's the outcome of being conscious of what brings me joy, what brings me suffering, and being conscious that I manage that. I don't manage circumstances and people, but I manage my reaction to it with the pause that Dr. Berger was talking about.
Okay, well, we're at our next break time. So let's go ahead and take 5 more minutes. We'll come back and we'll start with a few questions, and then we'll jump into steps 11 and 12.
My question was, I enjoyed the part when you were saying the stuff from the 4 agreements. No one can hurt me. You hurt yourself with your unenforceable rules. And then Alan gave this example. If they loved me, they wouldn't say that. And that's the one that I struggle with. If my boss respected me, they wouldn't say that. If the clients I work with respected me, they wouldn't do that. And so the suggestion was to say when you like things or don't like things. But I struggle in situations like with my boss where I need to, maybe it's a rule that I need to have respect towards them. And I get stifled telling my boss or the clients when I don't like things.
Well, of course, that's that's thin ice, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's kind of like the Al-Anons have a great question. Did they ask for your opinion?
No.
So maybe it's not appropriate for you to give it to your boss. He's not looking for a relationship. He's paying you to do what you're told. And if he respects you, that's wonderful. And if he doesn't, that's really none of your business.
I told them about a mistake I made, and then they kind of had like a stern enforcement.
Sure.
And I felt like they were missing the whole picture.
Well, what was the picture?
I was telling them when I was like onboarding at the site, they asked how like relationships were going. And I said it was going pretty good. I forgot someone in the kitchen staff. I forgot their name. And they asked me, do you remember my name? And I said, no. And the guy kind of gave me a hard time. And so after that, it was a little frosty with the staff. And then my boss just got real stern. You need to remember everybody's name. You need to know all the names.
All right. All right.
So I tried to defend myself by saying, I was really stressed learning the new job, learning the clients' names.
Don't tell me about your problems. I was in corporate for a long time. And what I would say to people, and maybe hopefully kindly, but probably not, is don't make your problems my problems. That was your problem.
Yeah.
Now you would have to ask yourself, why did you bring that point to their attention?
Yeah, I was thinking about that too.
Yeah. I mean,
she was kind of,
go ahead.
She was kind of fishing around for that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And
but it was still my choice to volunteer it.
Bingo. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of things that are need to know and not need to know.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. And with clients and with bosses, I use a huge filter. What is really need to know? What's my motive in telling them? They don't need to like me. They don't need to like me. They just need to pay me.
Right.
Yeah, pretty cold. Anyway, thanks.
It brought my attention into my own overeating and powerlessness, weakness around sweets. I'm aware of it, and I keep telling myself I don't shop, I don't buy sweets at home, but when I'm outside, like last night, I couldn't sleep till 2 a.m. because I was invited, and the friends ordered sweets. They ordered and they wouldn't eat it. So I was the one that was overeating. I knew that I had way over my limit.
Right. Has this ever happened before?
Yes.
Has it happened more than 2 or 3 times?
Yes, I lost.
So you have a problem with some types of foods. Have you? Are you in exposure to a 12-step program in the eating area, in the genre or category of eating problems?
No, I haven't attended.
You might get some exposure. I'm not saying that you have a problem, but I did ask the question if you have the experience more than 2 or 3 times, and you're conscious of it. You're here. Obviously, you have enough discipline and willpower to want to help yourself, but in this area, you find yourself ineffective. There's a possibility here that you have some type of issue with food, which you could explore in one. There's several different kinds of 12-step programs, OA and FA and FAA and Eating Disorders Anonymous. And each of them have their own separate protocols. So yeah. Yep. And it's every bit as a valid addiction as alcohol and drugs. Every bit a valid addiction for those people who have a problem. The problem is I can't stop when I start, and I can't stay stopped when I stop.
I'm conscious, I'm aware of it, but I go into a trance. Even when I'm in a bakery or I'm in a grocery store, I look at even the shapes, the color.
Yeah. You have convinced me. I don't think you've convinced yourself, but you have convinced me that you probably have some form of an addiction that you need to explore a 12-step program for in that specific area.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, and welcome to the club. From my standpoint, the underneath problem is the unmanageability. The underneath solution is a relationship with the sunlight, with the power other than ourselves. The problem is the same, and the solution is the same underneath it all, from my standpoint. Unmanageability and the spiritual malady and the spiritual solution.
I'm curious if Alan has any input as well. I appreciate your input.
Yeah,
Thank
I see here.
Well, you know, look, at what we've said all along is first things first. You know, you've got to have physical sobriety before you can get to some of these other things. So the first issue is to get some help with the symptom, right? To get some help with the alcoholism, the addiction. If your eating's out of control, then you need to first focus on that. That's step number one. Yeah. These other things are later on, and they come up as the next step in recovery, not the first step. You can look at some of them as you're going on, but you need to get control. And there's some wonderful programs out there that can help you start to look at that eating and help you figure out a way to deal with it.
Yeah.
Maybe some people that are in OA or some variations on that can send
in the chat room.
Yeah, in the chat room can send her some connections or reach out to her to talk with her later about this.
Wonderful. Yeah.
We have a wonderful community here with a lot of people with good recovery. So I think that there's some people that might be able to reach out to you.
My question is, in the last session, somebody said, what do you want and need in a power? What does the core of your soul yearn for in a relationship with power? And I found that in the past, you know, maybe some of my unhealthy dependencies, I've kind of leaned on my idea of what God is.
Oh, yes.
To satisfy those needs. But if it's an unhealthy dependence on others that I try to get from my higher power, is that a problem?
Absolutely, yes. And I heard a phrase that just is cold water in the face to many people. It was to me just about a year ago. And I'm still sitting with it. God protects us from nothing and supports us in everything. Hold on to that for a while.
So then really what I'm looking for in a relationship with power is just seeking the powers, the will of that power, I guess. It's not satisfy on some unhealthy.
Stay tuned, because I'm going to have a series of reflections on God and higher power that'll be coming out over the next month or two. And one of them is that question: is there such a thing as God's will?
Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome.
You know, one of the things I would encourage you to do too is that when you start to crystallize that idea and that you have an idea of what you need, also then turn that around, do a turnaround and say, how are those things a reflection of what I need to do for myself too? Mm-hmm. So that's the other part of this, is to use that as a way of trying to understand what you need in your life, right? That's the turnaround.
Yes.
So all of these things, you know, we say that we all live in a house lined with mirrors thinking we're looking out. So what I'm looking out there in the world for that I need is, to find a power that could give me that. It's also what I need to start to collaborate with to create for myself. Okay, let's jump back into this.
Well, that is the slide that is the final slide to the rocket launch, the first 3 stages that I mentioned. Well, where's the rocket going? Rocketed into the 4th dimension. It's going into the 4th dimension. And so think in terms of orbit around the light. Steps 10, 11, and 12 are the tools that keep us in the orbit and resist the gravitational pulls, those instincts gone awry in us, that selfishness and self-centeredness in us. Dr. Tivo said, Bill got it right. He's a psychiatrist that helped Bill in the early days. He said, Bill got it right. The first 9 steps are for the deflation of the ego at depth, but the ego has an uncanny way of regenerating itself. So we use the step 10 as the spot check inventory to maintain our balance. We use step 11 to get guidance in the morning so that we know what balance looks like. And that's our litmus test of making those adjustments during the day. And then step 12 is we're operating on principles, guiding principles. And we'll figure those out in steps 4 through 9. What are our principles? Not my church, not my parents, not my sponsor, not my program, not my books, not my therapist. What are my principles? And I learn what they are because I get hurt when I transgress them. And I enlarge my effectiveness because I learn how I make mistakes, and I learn more quickly how to correct those mistakes more effectively. Understanding and effectiveness, Bill says, are the products of this way of living. Go ahead, Alan. Thank you. Well, I see it as a coin. The step 11, one side of the coin, other-centeredness, improve our conscious contact. The other side of the coin, step 12, is other-centeredness in terms of other with a small o, the whole community of humanity. But this is what I call spiritual sobriety. I might change that at some point to the completion of emotional sobriety, actually. It's our way of living. A coin, though, integrated. There's not one-sided coin. Each coin has 2 sides. There may not be anything on the other side, but each side has 2 coins. And I see if the problem of unmanageability, those bedevilments, the nature of that is self-centeredness, then the obvious common sense antidote alternative is other-centeredness in a healthy sense, not in the codependent sense, in projecting onto God our own needs and denying our responsibility to take care of ourselves. There's the balance. That's why sponsorship, spiritual direction, therapy, accountability, mentorship, all of that is so important, because I need an objective experience sounding board in order to navigate life. I do. I have a therapist, a spiritual director, a sponsor, a step guide, a couple good friends. I need lots of help. Thanks. Go ahead, Alan.
So here we are, step 11, sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood him, praying all knowledge of his will for us and the power to carry that out.
Read pages 85 to 88 in the big book and outline it. That was the instruction I got. But first he said, look up the definition of meditation in the dictionary. I mean, did he know who he was talking about? I mean, I'm a monk, don't you know? Well, I didn't know. I didn't know anything. I looked up the word meditation in the dictionary. I'm going to make this really short because this is my favorite subject. Meditation in the dictionary said directed thinking. Bill Wilson in the big book says, we ask God in the morning to direct our thinking. He knew what meditation meant. It doesn't mean no thinking. It means thinking. What's not in the big book was what my sponsor step guide had told me. Yes, the big book suggests, next slide, Alan, had told me the big book shows ask God to direct our thinking. think about the 24 hours ahead, consider your plans for the day. But here's what's not in the big book, which was the key that unlocked meditation 32 years ago for me. And I've not missed a day since, hardly. And that is, we ask God to direct our thinking, then we begin thinking, trusting that the thoughts we get are an answer to the prayer. The thoughts we get are the medium of the message. God does not speak to me in my ears. God speaks to me through my thoughts and my feelings and my awareness. Listen to my thoughts and my feelings and an awareness as the possibility of a message from, a wonderful term, the inner guide. The inner guide. Alan said it, the higher self. Many people talk about the true self, the authentic self, the core of goodness. That organismic life force in us that will tell us the truth if we listen and have removed the clouds and the obstacles based on our preconditions, our prejudices, our old ideas, all of the stuff we've taken from the outside that we've made as our story and a script. A lot of work to get clear and to be conscious, but it's so totally worth it to live a conscious life. Alan, go ahead, please.
Well, no, and you just tied it into this organismic wisdom that we can now define it as an organismic self-regulation. Right now, you're regulating your temperature. You know, you're regulating your heart rate. You're regulating all kinds of things that are going on in your body. You know, if you've had food, you're digesting food. There's all kinds of things that you're doing to take care of yourself that you're not doing consciously. These are part of the autonomic nervous system, and they are operating. That's that organismic wisdom. We are self-regulating. When we leave space to let the best of us talk to us and we listen to it, we will now start to regulate ourselves better. It's very interesting. My dear friend, Dr. Judy Hollis, when she's started to create her eating disorders unit at San Pedro, she did a thing called mindful eating, right? Is where she had people sit down, take a bite of food, put their knife and fork down, and chew the food and pay attention to what it tasted like, what the texture was like, to swallowing it. And what she was doing was giving them a chance to experience their eating. And so they could listen to themselves when they were full, instead of just eating and not paying attention, being desensitized to oneself. What she was trying to do was connect people to their organismic self-regulation. We didn't want to pay attention to how we were functioning with alcohol. You know, what do we call it? Denial, right? Well, it was also a selective inattention. We didn't want to look at that stuff. I mean, had we regulated, we would have known, my God, you know, this is a lot more than I need. But we could not in any way become aware of that because we weren't focusing on that. So we're restoring this organismic wisdom. We're restoring that your body will go to 98.6 degrees is our temperature. Is that what it is? Hey, 98.6. You know, that's how I remember things with songs, I guess. You know, we do that automatically. If I'm cold, I'm going to shiver to get warm and to move the molecules around to create heat. If I'm hot, I'm going to perspire to try to cool myself off. If I'm a dog, what am I going to do?
Homeostasis. That's a fancy word for what you're talking about. Self-regulation, biological and psychological. That's right.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. So what we're doing in this step, and I love this step because this step is all about an expansion of our consciousness. You know, and we are expanding our consciousness. As we expand our consciousness, we're expanding our emotional maturity. We're really looking at continuing to learn as much as we can, right? About ourselves, about life, about this organismic wisdom, you know, a God within us, whatever you want to call it. But we're continuing to move forward. We're continuing to grow. We've become an open system, not a closed system. An open system continues to move and develop and evolve. Before we were closed and shut down, we didn't want information. We didn't want to look at things. We were guarded and defended, all that stuff. Now we're seeking information. We're wanting to figure things out. Boy, what a difference, isn't it, Herb?
Well, and part of the blindness is unconscious. One of my favorite phrases, not to be poetic or cute, but because it captures the being boggled. I didn't know that I didn't know, and I couldn't see that I didn't see until I began to know that I didn't know and to see that I didn't see. And that's the journey that begins to wake us up, but it comes from the suffering and then finding somehow a process that's effective and a person who's got some experience that can guide me in that process.
So as we tie this back to emotional sobriety, what we're trying to create is an unshakable foundation in our life. And I love what Bill says about how self-examination, meditation, and prayer are synergistic. He goes, taken separately, these things bring much relief and benefit in anybody's life. I mean, we can see studies done on people that are using meditation or prayer in terms of the health benefits. There's all these studies taking place. But what he says, but when they're logically interwoven, the result is an unshakable foundation for life, because now we're able to really learn and grow from our experience. That's what's happening as we take it to this level. Unshakable foundation, another definition of emotional sobriety. Here, our self-searching is by means which we bring a new vision, right? We're seeing things in a very different way. We're taking new action. We're unhooking people. We're unhooking our hexes at depth. We're surrendering our crippling expectations of other people. We bring a new vision, action, and grace to bear upon the dark and negative sides of our natures. The dark and hidden Mr. Hyde that demands everything be the way that Mr. Hyde wants it to be.
And that's one of those decisions that you talked about earlier. If in fact I have a negative attitude, if I have a pessimistic attitude, if I have the dark side, is to literally choose, artificially if need be, to look at the light, to look at the positive, to look at the optimistic. Artificially, it might feel, but you've heard it before in the meetings, I'm sure, acts contrary to my feelings and my thoughts, at least for a while, until I experiment that, in fact, that actually works.
So here Bill says, look, if at these points our emotional disturbance happens to be great, we will surely keep our balance, provided we remember and repeat to ourselves a particular prayer or phrase that has appealed to us in our reading or meditation. Serenity prayer comes to mind. That's a good balancing prayer, right? It's a good way to get balance. I'm a sports psychologist in addition to being a clinical psychologist, and I talk about performance cues, things that athletes have to say to themselves so they can execute a task better. Well, that's what Bill is saying. Develop some of these things. You know, keep some of these things in your pocket, write them down on a little card, remind yourself on some things, you know, that might help you. I like the one that the Gestalt prayer, it says, I am I and you are you. You do your thing, I do my thing. I'm not in this world to live up to your expectations. You're not in this world to live up to mine. If by chance we meet and come together, fine. If not, it just can't be helped. For me, that's a wonderful thing when I start to get hung up in terms of my expectations for someone else. That helps me unhook them. At these critical moments, if we remind ourselves that it's better to comfort than to be comforted, better to understand than to be understood, to love than to be loved, we will be following the intent of step 11.
That comes from the St. Francis prayer that he uses in step 11 in the 12 and 12. And it's a great example of the turning. Look at just the phrases that you have there. That's the turning from one viewpoint to another viewpoint. That's a commitment, that's a turning, that's an action that has a process, but also has a promise.
And now I want you to look at every one of these things he's saying from another point of view. It's better for me to comfort myself than to try to get you to comfort me if that's not available. It's better for me to understand myself rather than demand that you understand me. I see this happen all the time in relationships. Well, you know, you're not listening to me. You're not hearing what I say. And I say to that person that's yelling at their partner about that, I say, you know who else is not listening to you? They go, who? You aren't. You're saying what you're saying for your sake, not just for their sake. You need to hear what you're saying. If this isn't working for you, it's not working for you. How come they have to listen to that? How come you're not honoring that? You see, that needs to get turned around. It's better to love than to be loved. Love yourself first. Love yourself rather than demand that they love you. See if you're loving yourself when you're looking to them to love you. You're probably not. This is the heart of emotional sobriety, is to taking a look at what we're doing that is creating the existence we're having and what we can do differently. And now we're at this wonderful step 12. Now we've had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps. We tried to carry this message to alcoholics and to practice these principles in all our affairs.
It's a really dense statement. And the first part of it is the mission statement, is the promise. We miss it. Step 12 tells us exactly what to expect from doing the 12 steps, having had a spiritual awakening. Now, most people think of poetic or mystical or some type of mysterious. Read Appendix 2 in the back of the book. And the one word that will capture the entire Appendix 2 is change. A change in the way I think and feel and behave. Alan quoted it many times during our talk today. Done to us, not by us, but I added later on, but not without us, because it's a collaboration. It's a cooperation.
I really like that thought about it. Really is a process, right? And when you go into this process, Herb and I have talked about this a lot of times. In early stages of our recovery, we really had to consciously work these steps.
Yeah.
At some point, they become a part of that self-regulation.
Well, they work us.
They work us. They start to work us. And now we start regulating ourselves with these things automatically. They become principles. If I compromise my integrity, it's not an option anymore. I suffer terribly. I'm in a terrible amount of pain because I'm too in touch with myself to ignore that part of me anymore. Those are the things, and that's all the good news. And what I say to people all the time is what you are getting when you work this program and you achieve emotional sobriety, you now become more alive than you've ever been before. And that's good news and bad news. Right? Good news is you're more alive. You're going to really, really feel things in ways you haven't. The bad news is you're going to feel things in ways you haven't. You're going to cry when you need to cry. You know, back to what I read to you in the prophet. You're going to weep the tears that you need to weep. You may cry from a place inside of you that you didn't even know that you had once you allow yourself to be fully a part of your own life, right? Once you start to have this kind of relationship with yourself that we've been talking about through this whole workshop today. So we become alive, right? We now start to experience things. We now become aware of things that we weren't aware of before. We now have a very different attitude and relationship. When things go wrong, we don't look to who's to blame, but we try to figure out what's going on. We try to see what we can learn about ourselves this time. We try to see how can I try to discover some new possible ways of handling this situation to deal with it. We really, really, start to enjoy whatever life is setting in front of us, because we see that no matter what, whether it's bringing us pain and suffering or joy and happiness, that it's all a part of the experience that we're having here. And it's an incredible thing that happens.
the 3 A's that he comments on in the 12 and 12 in step 10: admit, accept, adjust. Oh my God, that's it. That's the koan that needs to be unpacked to live a comfortable and harmonious and a life in homeostasis. Bill's suggestions, chapter 7, I'm going to read it right from the book. Practical experience shows that nothing will so much ensure immunity from drinking as intensive work with others. Immunity. Given the next slide, Alan will bring down immunization. In this year of a pandemic, we're very, very sensitive and conscious of disease and immunization. And it's promised right here at the beginning of chapter 7, page 89. Ensure immunity from our relapse. Ensure immunity from our spiritual malady, unmanageability, intensive work with others. To the extent that we're thinking about helping others, we're not embroiled in the sand trap of ourselves. The biggest lesson I had to learn was, go ahead, was about practicing principles, though. I didn't know I really had them, and I didn't know what they really were. Go ahead, Alan, then you can finish it out. Chapters 8, 9, 10, and 11 in the big book are all about practicing principles in our lives, every aspect of our lives. A principle is like gravity. Really, that's a physical principle, a law of physics. There are human universal principles. Some people call them spiritual principles, but they're real. Honesty, integrity, fidelity, simplicity. These are principles. If we transgress them, we will be crushed. We have to determine by our mistakes what are the principles that will guide us so that we can live in joy more often than in suffering. Thanks, Alan.
Yeah, so what this is about is we're integrating, right? We're bringing all of these things into our life. And see, that's how you can measure where you're at in your recovery. You know, are you using these things and dealing with life in a different way in every area of your life? Not just when you're with people in the program, but when you're at home with family, because that's going to be a very, probably maybe one of the most challenging areas, but also at work, when you're in a grocery store. I mean, you know, when we start to integrate this is practicing these principles, manifesting these principles in all our life. And it goes back to something I love that Herb talked about. I don't remember who the saint was, but he said, everywhere you go, preach the gospel. And sometimes use words.
Yeah.
What was he talking about? Integrating this into his life.
Yeah.
Integrating Christianity into his life. And when it's integrated, people are attracted to you because they see something happening differently in your life. You know, when you walk into a grocery store, you're asking yourself, how can I be helpful? You know, I see a mom struggling with her kids, you know, go up and say, can I help? Can I hold that bag of groceries for you? Or can I help unpack the cart for you? Would that be helpful as you hold your child? You know, that's where I'm constantly looking at how I can bring, you know, something of value to any situation I'm in.
That's the turnaround.
Yeah, that's it. And that is the turnaround. And it's very different because it's not just I'm being, you know, altruistic because I'm altruistic, but I understand that being altruistic is also satisfying something that's deep within me that's important.
It's interesting. It's a paradox. It's in your best interest to think about other people's best interest.
See, isn't that, we're back to the paradoxical nature of change. See, when I honor that part of me and I'm out of myself, I'm really honoring myself.
Yeah.
See, is when I'm not honoring myself, I'm honoring myself. When I honor that part of myself, which is a very different part of myself, and that's what we never learned. We didn't have to grab what we needed. We had to live a life that would give us what we needed.
There you go.
See, that's a very
a huge trust issue. That's a huge trust issue.
It is. It's a big, big issue.
Yeah. And it's a process. I use the dimmer switch a lot. This is not a light switch that happens automatically. This is a dimmer switch that goes up a notch at a time. Body, as Alan said, priorities. Physical sobriety is important, and then emotional sobriety. It comes after step 9 when you have that conversion experience. And then it's maintained through steps 10, 11, and 12 as spiritual sobriety. But as it integrates one click at a time, it disintegrates one click at a time. And that dimmer switch will go down with a little bit of held resentment or fear or a secret that is not disclosed. And the obsession will return, and then we'll be back into our addiction. And so it goes up a click at a time, it goes down a click at a time. And like Thibault said, the ego regenerates itself. My image is I keep my shoulder against the dimmer switch in 10, 11, and 12 to keep it from going backwards, but mostly to push it forward. Alan mentioned the good news and the bad news. The good news is there's more light. The bad news is there's more light. So you're always seeing a little bit of shadow and more darkness, but then you have some more light to deal with that.
So once again, we come back to this slide about here we begin to practice these principles in our daily lives so that we and those about us can find emotional sobriety. Just going to hit a couple of these slides and you're going to just see the integration as Bill talks about. As we grow spiritually, we find that our old attitudes towards our instincts needed to undergo drastic revisions, right? Until we let go of our old ideas, the result was nil. Our desires for emotional security and wealth, for personal prestige and power, for romance and for family satisfactions, all had to be tempered and redirected. Tempered with what? Humility. Redirected with what? Unhooking our expectations about what other people were supposed to do to make us okay. See, that's what we're doing. We're integrating all that we've learned. If we place instincts first, we have to got the cart before the horse. Remember that? You know, I demand that everything be my way. We shall be pulled backwards into disillusionment. Herd called it disintegration, right? The false self coming back into our life. But when we are willing to place spiritual growth first, then and only then do we have a real chance for emotional sobriety.
That's why step 1 is so important, to have an experience that I need help. And it's not once, I need help on a always basis.
So here it is. Our demand for emotional security, for our own way, had constantly thrown us into unworkable relationships with other people because we were expecting them to do for us what we weren't doing for ourselves. We wanted them to allow our freedom instead of us figuring out a way to claim our freedom. Either we had tried to play God and dominate those about us, or we had insisted upon being over-dependent on them. Either case, it didn't work, did it? He goes, where people had temporarily let us run their lives as though they were still children, we felt very happy and secure ourselves. They did everything we wanted them to do. But when they finally resisted or ran away, when they wanted to become their own selves, we were bitterly hurt and disappointed. They didn't love us anymore, right? That's the nonsense. We blamed them, being quite unable to see that our unreasonable demands had been the cause.
That was the revolution you talked about that we create.
Exactly, man. Nobody wants to be that. You know, and then we blame them, right? We tried to shame them into going back to what we thought they were supposed to be. Emotional sobriety is about growing ourselves up by discovering new possibilities in the way we cope with life and the way we show up for life. It involves living in the space between the stimulus and our reaction so we can take appropriate action. And you'll see that throughout what Bill is saying. When we had taken the opposite tack and had the other side of it insisted, like infants ourselves, that people protect and take care of us, or that the world owed us a living, then the result had been equally unfortunate. This often caused the people we had loved most to push us aside, or perhaps to devote us. They could not be everything we wanted them to be. Our disillusionment had been hard to bear. We couldn't imagine people acting that way towards us. After all, didn't they say they loved us? We had failed to see that though adult in years, we were still behaving childishly, trying to turn everybody, friends, wives, husbands, and even the world itself into protective parents. We had refused to learn the very hard lesson that overdependence upon people is unsuccessful because all people are fallible, and even the best of them will sometimes let us down, especially when our demand for attention becomes unreasonable. So here we are. This is a wonderful slide that Herb developed on emotional sobriety.
Well, I get the question all the time, what's God's will and what's my will? And I don't know, but I know that there are some litmus tests. Suffering is usually the source in my will, and joy is usually sourced in my being in alignment with reality. Remember this? That's where suffering comes from. That left-hand column, from the disease of my self-centeredness. And when I'm in alignment with reality as it is, I don't even have to use spiritual terms at all. When I'm in alignment with reality, there's a flow, and I will experience the at-easeness there. My will in alignment. You figure out in alignment with what? Those words are not important. The reality is important. What is reality? What isn't reality? That's the whole point of the serenity prayer, and it's wisdom.
Yeah, and look, and a very easy thing is if you're experiencing that disease, if you're in conflict, if you find yourself fighting all the time, if you find yourself depressed, something's out of alignment.
In you, not in your world, in you.
Something out of alignment, and get to work at digging in on what those expectations are, what the claimant is, what is that unhealthy dependence. So what we're doing is, I love how Herb calls this, becoming a lantern.
Well, it comes out of my studies in happiness, and you may or may not know that there's been a whole flood of studies of happiness in the last 20 years. I read 10 books that summarized many of them, most of them, and the conclusion was all the same. Anybody who wants to be happy, that's their goal, will never be happy. Anybody who wants to be happy, that's their goal, will never be happy, because happiness is a byproduct, not a product. And it's a byproduct of my relationship with a meaning broader than myself. Sounds like step 11 to me. And a contribution to the community around them. Sounds like step 12. This is perennial wisdom. Become a lantern so that you can light the path, so that others can walk the path in the light of your experience and have their own experience.
Well, this is what Dr. Viktor Frankl found in the concentration camp experience. He was in 4 of the Nazi death camps during World War II, and he was paying attention to how did people survive such an abhorrent, immoral situation when they were facing such cruelty and such sadistic behavior. And this is what he found. He says, true meaning of life is to be discovered in the world rather than within man or his own psyche, as though it were a closed system. He says, I've turned this constitutive characteristic, the self-transcendence of human existence. It points to the fact that being human always points and is directed to something or someone other than oneself. The more one forgets himself by giving himself to a cause, to serve, or another person to love, the more human he is, and the more he actualizes himself. I would put on here to serve or another person to love with mature love. That's the important thing. It's not the dependent love he's talking about. He's talking about the mature love here.
Yeah, I use the word help rather than serve, but it's the same connotation. It's just easier. Lighting the path for others. That's what I meant by becoming a lantern. I'm not the light. I'm very clear. I'm not the light. but I'm a lantern that shines my experience on the path so that you can walk it in the light of my experience, and I give you the dignity. I want you to have your own experience, not Herb's experience, your experience.
And this is becoming a lantern. He goes, well, this is what the men had to learn to survive in that concentration camp. Now listen to it. It's the same thing we've been talking about. It's like they had an AA meeting, and it was on emotional sobriety. He goes, we had to learn ourselves, and furthermore, we had to teach the despairing men, right? I had to learn myself before I can give it to you, right? I have to develop my own emotional sobriety. We had to learn ourselves, and furthermore, we had to teach the despairing men that it did not really matter what we expected from life. There it is again. Surrendering our hobbling expectations, but rather what life expected from us. See, that's putting the horse before the cart, right? We're going back to that. We're getting rid of this. We're flipping this around. We're turning it around. He says, we had to rather think about what life expected from us. We needed to think of ourselves as those who were being questioned by life, and that life ultimately meant taking the responsibility to find the right answer to its problems and to fulfill the tasks which it constantly sets for each individual. Life on life.
And finding the right question is really the key first.
Right, that's right. And the right question is going to be, if I'm getting upset, what's wrong with me, not what's wrong with them.
It's the only question. Yes. What's amiss? What's amiss? Where am I out of alignment? Something's amiss. Yes. And so this is a daily practice that came out of all of those happiness studies, actually. They said gratitude. Well, we know that in the 12-step program. We hear it obnoxiously a lot of times, and we've become brain dead to it. A gratitude list. I suggest to people that they begin by just putting one thing you're grateful for every morning on a list, and you never add to it redundantly. You never use the same word twice. And you continued, after you get 30 to 60 entries, it becomes quite challenging for you to stretch and become conscious of what are you grateful for. Obviously, prayer and meditation, it's the heart of consciousness building. However you approach it, the big book's very simple, as I mentioned, but there's lots of ways of approaching it, and you'll figure that out. And then helpful actions, helpful. How can I help? That's my mantra. Those are the lenses through which I look. Every place, as Alan indicated, in the marketplace. And to hold yourself accountable. That, for me, it's probably the single most important moving part in any human development program is accountability. That is, I'm transparent with some one or two or three people. I'm transparent. My insides and my outsides match. Go ahead, Alan. That's my goal.
And this is something Herb and I do with each other. I mean, we do it with each other. You know, we really question ourselves and look at this and, hey, what am I missing and stuff? And, you know, he's my enlightened witness and I'm his at times. And it goes back and forth. And that's the kind of relationship you get to have with people as you continue this journey. And this is what Bill said. If we keep this journey, if we keep going on, he says, sobriety becomes only the bare beginning. And that's what we're talking about. Emotional sobriety is the next step. He says, it's only the first gift of the first awakening. If more gifts are to be received, our awakening has to go on. And that's what this is. This is about the next step in our recovery. It's about emotional sobriety. And if it does go on, he says, we find that bit by bit by bit, we can discard the old life. The one that didn't work, the one that was based on emotional dependency and these unreasonable expectations, for a new life that can and does work under any conditions, whatever. Please hear that. I'm okay even if, right? That's what Bill is saying. Regardless of worldly success or failure, regardless of pain or joy, regardless of sickness or health, or even of death itself, a new life of endless possibilities can be lived if we are willing to continue our awakening. Recovery is the discovery of new possibilities. Emotional sobriety is true independence of spirit. It's autonomy. It's emotional freedom. It's all the things that we've been talking about today. Herb's book on practicing the here and now is a must read and a must have to put on your shelf of recovery books. His other books are also outstanding. You know, many people have really found an incredible benefit. This is my new book that's going to be released here on June 3rd that I'm very excited about. It really is a result of the last 20 years of our work together, Herb.
It's the best book he's ever written. I've had the honor of reviewing it. It's an amazing book.
He's also written a very wonderful foreword to the book, but it's really a culmination of the last 20 years of our work on this stuff. And I tried to bring in and tie in all of the things that we've been teaching and using. I try to bring you into my office so you're sitting with me with sessions, and I will ask you to guess who is the first person I talk about in the book. So I'm not going to leave that mystery to another time and place. And then I've got some other stuff out, but 12 Smart Things really is the first book that I wrote specifically on emotional sobriety. And I do touch on some of the topics in 12 More Smart Things. This is Herb's contact information. If you need to reach him, to email him, he's got some great resources. He open sources a lot of wonderful things on his website. You can attend one of the year-long workshops by just pulling up all of the recordings he has. It's really an incredibly valuable resource for your recovery. So please keep that. Put a little bookmark in that on your web browser. This is my contact information. You can find out about my workshop. I should say about my practice and about the other things I do. I do have a bookstore. By the way, Herb has recorded 10 DVDs, very high quality professional recording on the steps. They, I think, are incredibly valuable. Anybody that's watched these things has given us nothing but incredible feedback. I also have for sale an audio 7 CDs on a workshop that we did all day out in Santa Clarita on emotional sobriety, an introduction to it. I'm also going to be, after my book is released, we're going to be releasing 2 DVDs, one on unpacking Bill's letter that I did, and another one on how the steps achieve emotional sobriety. So I will close this off now and we'll take questions.
I'm just curious, as I've begun my journey with the 12 steps, I've experienced a lot of resistance from family members and significant others about, I am a member of OA, and I know when my food is getting slippery slidey, and so certain individuals have said, well, this is really a cult. You should be really concerned about how much control that you're having, and you're acting like you're dead and living a Middle Eastern philosophy. I'm experiencing a great deal of joy in my life. I'm experiencing much better relationships because the food is not between me and my higher power, that I use the tools when.
So what do you think the source of the issue, the problem is here?
That I'm working a program?
No, that's not it at all.
Oh.
How did they know what you're doing?
I spend time with them.
Do you talk about it?
Rarely, but on occasion.
Somehow they know something to be able to say it's a cult. So just pay attention to how you're speaking about it. And then you have another question is, why do you care what they think?
That is true. I'm just sometimes surprised by my response
Oh, yes.
because my feelings get hurt sometimes.
That's your problem.
It is, you're right. So Herb, I guess I'm wondering, how can I, in moving forward into this emotional sobriety phase, how do I address that piece?
Yeah. How I did it through the fourth step in terms of the big book's interpretation of getting underneath my beliefs and my motives. And it penetrated the unconscious. And it's not the way the big book talks or the 12 and 12, but it is my experience. And it's the only way that I can describe what I experienced. I've been in therapy, and I don't believe I ever discovered or uncovered the unconscious in any way as deep and as effective as I did through having an experienced person take me through the big book and the process. It's extended beyond what the big book is. It's an interpretation of it to get down underneath what my beliefs are and what my motives are. And that neutralized and it took away most of the buttons in me so that I'm not sensitive to other people, because I'm very aware of my own needs and wants and delusions, quite frankly, about all of that.
That's really helpful. And sometimes I just let the bait go by.
Yes.
But sometimes when it comes out of nowhere, I'm like,
yes, no, I understand. That's where those are learning experiences, and pay attention. Are they speaking truth? Are there some aspects that are not common sense, that are not healthy, that are controlling, that are rigid? I'm very familiar with many of the 12-step programs for eating disorders, and there's an unhealthy aspect in some of them. So,
yes, I do agree with that. I do agree with that. And
yeah, you need to, thanks for your input. I don't recall asking for it, but thanks.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I appreciate that. I'm in one of the more flexible programs.
Nice. Yeah.
So, but I do understand. I understand your reference, but I do like that response. Oh, thanks for your input. And to do the fourth step and get underneath that, like.
And one of the better, most of them are really solid and very good experiential programs. One of the better ones I like is the OA subgroup called A Vision for You. If you're not familiar with it, you might want to explore it. They're very connected to the big book, and they have 2 or 3 international phone calls every day.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thanks for taking my question.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
I want to thank you guys for today. And as at least Herb, as you know, I've been a dilettante with you guys for quite a long time and been following the work. And I've had wonderful experience with going through the steps. And I do feel like the hard thrashing has been done. And what I want you to ask about is something you know about Herb, but also for both of your perspective, and that is regarding, I have a physical disability, and I've really done a lot of work with it, and I feel like I've come to accept it. And as Viktor Frankl talked about and was brought up in the slide, I really pay attention to the fact that, maybe life is asking me what it needs of me and what it expects of me, and I can't expect much of life because of my disability. So what I'm trying to say is I've had tremendous changes with this, but it seems like I'm stuck in an issue which is kind of minor. It's not the elephants, but it's the ants. So I accept that I may die early. I accept that I may have very little energy. I accept that I may have very limited time during the day to which to communicate and be with people and have any type of life.
Well, what don't you accept?
When Susie Walensky is leaning in for the kiss and I get dopey because I'm getting asphyxiated by my vocal cords and I get taken out of the game, I scream and pout and I kick my legs and I'm a little kid and the thumb goes in the mouth and stays there for hours. But first I need to take a little nap like a man much older than my age and come to and then get mad. And Susie Lewinsky's gone, the party's over, And I go, damn, couldn't I just enjoy a little bit of time with Susan Walensky, even if it was just a fantasy and a dream, or even for 10 minutes, a short lucid conversation before, and it could be her, and that is figurative, of course, but when I'm enjoying adult intellectual conversation, I get chopped off at the knees and it's all over, and I get humiliated. It's the pie in the face and the shame and the humiliation that I have to deal with. And it doesn't happen every time. Sometimes I can ward it off, but when it does happen, all this stuff that we're talking about today that I so wholeheartedly accept, out the window, and thumb goes in the mouth.
All right, Alan, it's up to you, Alan.
Now, I mean, I love you, man. That's all I can say. I love the way that you're talking about this, and I love that you can laugh at yourself with it and say, God, look at this challenge that I'm going through. Look, the word that comes to mind as you're talking about this is somehow separating yourself, differentiating yourself more from your disability. See, I think there's still too much fusion with it right now.
Yeah.
And is to somehow find a way to further differentiate yourself from that. What it means is, see, there's two in some way, and look, this is easier said than done, Matt, is how can you exist more separate from what your disability is, and see, and to really create more space between you and that. Right now, I don't have an idea, but let's say if you were sitting in my office, I would have you dialogue with your disability. I would put it in a chair and have you talk to it and start to develop a separate relationship with that part of you, right? Instead of it being too much like this, right? Defining you and controlling you, is I'd move you into this kind of relationship with it, where it's like, you happen to be, on a train ride with Herberite that needs to take a nap and you want to go out and play, and how you would deal with us if we're that in that way. And see, that's who you're dragging along through life, right? Is this other part of you that has a very different existence right now than you do. And you're not that, you're much more than that. But you got to get that separation more. So that's what I would say. This is a call for more self-differentiation.
Gotcha. Any one, so I'm with you. I follow you totally. One slight add-on of a question. Sometimes I know there is boundaries and I have to respect these boundaries, as cruel as they are. I can't go out, I can't do this, I need to take a nap. But what catches me off guard is the surprises. So using the metaphor, I'm right about to talk to Susan Walensky, and it's like my big brother sneaks up behind me without me knowing, because sometimes when the oxygen gets low, it happens very slowly, like a dimmer switch, and I can't tell. And it's like the reflexes of a drowning man. I'm not volunteering for it. It's just automatic, but it happens slowly and without me even being aware. So it's like that bigger brother giving me a wedgie and holding me up by his stronger forearms of, advanced age, and I'm feet are off the ground, and I'm like, damn, I didn't see it coming. Damn, this just snuck up on me. I thought I was in my safe spot. Mike Tyson knocked me out.
Yeah. Well, look, so now that needs to be integrated in what you know. See, so I don't know what that would look like for you, but now, while it's still a surprise, it doesn't have to be as much of a surprise.
The ability to pause,
You see what I mean? It's that, look, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice. It's like there's still that part of you that says, I don't want to be surprised, so I'm not going to accept that there's this part of me that surprises me. So fuck you. I'm going to pretend you're not there, and then Tyson sneaks up and hits you.
Yes.
See, what I'm saying is say, Mike, I know you're there, and you're going to probably fucking jump on me as soon as Susie wants to kiss me, and I don't like it, but it is what it is. So fuck, then I'll kiss her after you're gone. See, so it's got to be more of that rhythm. Right.
In the centering prayer practice, Father Keating talks about the welcoming prayer. I welcome this irritation. I welcome this surprise, and get kind of habituated to, then you're not being surprised. You're, whatever the stimulus is, you absorb it. But that's the pause.
It's the part of you that doesn't want to see the surprise that is always there.
Well, no, it's the part of him that says, I should not be surprised. I should be prepared for the surprise.
And
Yeah.
see, and then what it means too, that there's that surprise in your life, Matt. See, I think that that's part of the acceptance of this all. But look, man, what a wonderful question, and I so respect how you're struggling with this.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys.
And I appreciate how that you're showing up in these things and really trying to plug all this stuff in. You have a lot of courage, man. A lot of courage, brother.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
What you're saying is making sense to me in terms of separating myself from the surprise. For me, it's not so much, well, the disability, if you will. I don't mean to offend anyone here, but it's the way I look. It's trying to separate that from, okay, I'm not going to take anything personally, but when people keep coming up and saying, oh, you don't belong, or why don't you go home, or why don't you do this, or why don't you do that, then, you know, how do I not become go into emotional hangover state? I love that term. And so it's really a sense of, I really love everything you're saying. Herb, you've said this to me, well, don't own it. And it's great. I love that. I'm trying not to own it. Well, I'm asking for help not to own it.
No, I hear that. So let me respond to that, because see, you do see that the issue is not to own it. So the issue becomes, how do you not take that personally?
Yeah.
So where you've got to look at this is the part of you that agrees with them. The part of you that's rejected yourself.
Oh.
See, that's what they're touching. They couldn't hurt you if you didn't have that. See, that's the problem we saw, is that when we started to do the, the integration, right, to undo the segregation that was taking place in the South. And, two brilliant psychologists went down there, and they did a very simple intervention to try to help the Supreme Court understand what the importance was about integration, right, and why segregation was so harmful to these children. And it was called the doll experiment, right? Do you know about the doll experiment? You probably do, right? It was a very simple experiment. They went down, they had a dark doll, and they had a brown doll, I think, and a white doll is what they had. And they put these in front of these kids. It almost makes me cry when I talk about it. They said, which is the good doll? And what doll would they pick?
Of course, the white doll.
Yeah, which doll would you like to play with? The white doll. See, so they had internalized, that's what they talked about, how this racism gets internalized. And now the child starts to look at themselves in the way the culture is looking at them. And see, that's what we were trying to undo with to get rid of the segregation, right? And to integrate people and stuff. We found that was just a very small, it was a step in the right direction, but then they turned to Dr. Aronson, because when they were putting these kids together in classrooms, now the segregation was just in the classrooms. So they had to say, well, what the hell do we do with that, right? In terms of, and he was brilliant. He says, what you do now is you give the kids tasks to do, and you divide them up into groups where they're now integrated. So you put a white kid with a black kid, with a brown kid, with whatever, right? And you mix the groups, because when they started spending time with each other, they started to look beyond color, because they had an experience. And that was the next part of it. But turning that internalization that those two psychologists talked about how race gets internalized, right? That's what you got to do. You've got to find out how you've internalized all this stuff and get to work on rejecting that introject inside of you first. You'll know when it's done, because if somebody does that bullshit with you, it won't matter. And you'll say, God, it's really so sad that they see the world through such a prism, right? And they can't see beyond that, right? But that's where the work is for you.
Okay, I accept that. I think that it hit a chord when you said that. I think the next step is like, how do I take that to not revolution, obviously, but by being able to offer help.
Well, work on this yourself, though. See, get a handle on it, then you can offer some help to others with it, right? You got it. You got to get the freedom from that inside yourself first.
Yeah, right.
Right. Okay. I will work on that. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. So you're in early recovery, and I'm not sure what the presenting issue is, except that you felt like a failure. Is that it?
No, I am tired of intrusive images that come, intrusive thoughts that I'm talking more on,
Yeah. Addiction happens when you're stressed and tension. That's why we do the steps to reduce the stress, because we find out what the sources of the stress are. In early recovery, you're asking wonderful questions. I'm assuming that you are in a 12-step program and you have a sponsor, and now you need to really embrace patience because you're not going to get well soon.
Gosh, I've struggled with it for so many years,
but you're in recovery for 6 months, and I don't want to discourage you, but I was in recovery for 4 years before I finally got some traction. Now, so other people will get it earlier, some people get it later, and it's just your journey is your journey, your path. Alan, do you have any contribution in that?
My hearing is, I'm getting older, my hearing's a little more challenged, especially being a former artilleryman. I got half of what you said. I still, when Herb said, what is the conflict you're experiencing?
Like there are certain aspects of my life, I find it hard to accept. The fact that I'm a single woman, in this country, the fact that my family is estranged, my brothers don't, my siblings don't talk to me.
You got all these expectations. That's it. See, listen to you now. All these things you expect. My God, of course that you feel this stuff. Look at all the rules. It's got to be this way. It's got to be that way. This has got to be that way for me to be okay. My goodness, it was so good for you to be here today. So
it is.
Yeah, no, you got a ton of these expectations. Of course you're buried in them. They're terrible. You got all these rules about how things have to be for you to be okay. That's what you got to do. After this is over, write down all my rules, all the way that life has to be for me to be okay, and start writing those things down. Okay.
All your shoulds.
All your shoulds. All how things have to be. That's what you're doing. That's why
she gets it right now too.
God, Jesus, no wonder why you're so stressed. My God, girl, you're trying to control everything.
Yeah, I try to control God also.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, retire. You're not doing a good job at it. Resign that job. Jesus Christ. Come on, let Jesus Christ run that.
At the beginning of the third step, Bill says, I think it's on page 60, maybe 62 or something like that, 62. It says, we have to quit playing God. And then the next line is, because it doesn't work.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, but you're still trying that. See, that's what you're doing. You've got all these things. Come on now. Surrender those hobbling expectations.
Do it, and ask your sponsor to help you do a fourth step.
Especially around these things.
Yeah, that'll be life-changing for you. All right. Well, I don't see any hands raised, and I'm not hearing anybody. I'll be quiet for but it's kind of a last call, and as we would say in the saloon. All right, well, let's pray the serenity prayer and we'll close it for the day. And hopefully you'll join us again when we open it up. I believe it's in July 24th, I think. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Thanks, everybody, for your participation, and hopefully it was helpful.